Oleg Platonov. I see some Crew-11 shirts down there. And that's Zena Cardman that we see on the left, Mike Fink on the right. And I've seen Zena do that a number of times, making the heart symbol with her hands. Certainly sending her love to her family who have supported her.
Yeah, you don't get there on your own. None of these individuals have gotten there on their own. It takes the support and love of family and friends and colleagues, and it's a team sport.
You see Mike Fink on the right there, the pilot. He is flying. He is flying along in his kit a Gamasa, which he is the pilot. He tells us his wife is of Indian origin, and the Gamasa is used in the state of Assam as kind of a scarf, and so he's taking that with him. He's taken a scarf from his side of the family, that side of the family, for all 4 of his flights. A token, certainly, of their blessing on this flight today, but also has sentimental purposes.
Yeah, little bits and pieces of home that we can take along with us. And you know, I mentioned that we're big into traditions and rituals and superstitions, and you'll find that lots of crew members have their little token of good luck. You can see them connecting to that cooling air. They've been off of it for a few minutes now, and so a little warm in the Florida air. Last goodbyes as the doors come down, and then immediate family will be able to come up to the windows after they crack them.
Yep, they're going to roll those windows down a little bit and give some last words before launch and before they depart the operations and checkout building. Inside Zena's Tesla there, she'll have the flight surgeon going with her.
Yeah, and you can see the lengths we go to preserve that quarantine. You know, you wait till they maintain their distance when they were outside the cars. Once they get inside the cars, there's still some distance. All the personnel that are in the cars with them have also been in quarantine this entire time. So it's not just the crew members that are in quarantine for a couple weeks. It's a group of several dozen people that have to quarantine.
I want to point out Secretary Sean Duffy is here. He is NASA's acting administrator. Also Secretary of Transportation here supporting the launch today, and the crew there at the walkout. He's the gentleman with the glasses and the blue suit coat, which I think is second from the right. There he is. A shot over his shoulder. He just took the reins of NASA just a few weeks ago. He's doing so on an acting basis until an administrator can be nominated and then confirmed by Congress. A look inside the window, Zena Cardman giving some waves. And I imagine emotions must be running high.
How can they not? You've been waiting for this moment for a long time, and now you've said your goodbyes. It's tough to say goodbye to family that you're not going to see for a while, but you're also excited to get that car rolling and get on with it.
And indeed, they are off. Crew-11 on the road to launch pad 39A. The Teslas are rolling out from the Neil Armstrong building, escorted by security for the 20-minute drive.
Lyoseals are removed and installation is complete. This is about 10 minutes behind schedule. Again, we have plenty of margin to our green light time. Team is making up time.
Well, that's a good call out there. We were running 15 minutes behind, but as you heard from the launch director, they have made up 5 minutes.
It's not your average commute. You get this.
A lot of that research is on our home planet, and a lot of that research is on us as human subjects. I'm very excited to be actually a test subject for a lot of the medical research that we're doing on board the ISS. I've signed up for a very large, all-encompassing medical study called CIPHER, and this, I think, is going to be critical as we start thinking about going for longer durations and farther places like the Moon and Mars. My role as commander is to bring out the best in my crewmates from the moment we start training till the moment we get back to Earth and then some. And so I'm always thinking about that larger mission overview and how my crewmates are doing and what we can do for each other. Spaceflight, by definition, requires collaboration and requires more than one person, and the chance to be part of something much larger than myself has been humbling and inspiring and deeply fulfilling. Even since I was a child, looking up at the stars, looking up at the cosmos is inspiring. It helps me answer questions like, what are we doing here? Who are we? Where are we? I don't think we grow if we don't challenge ourselves. I think that's true for myself, it's true for teams, and it's true for us as a society and as a species. We have to take some risks, we have to challenge ourselves in order to push ourselves, and I can't wait to see what we discover during my career and for generations to come.
The very capable and talented Zena Cardman, the commander of Crew-11. Next up, astronaut Michael Fink, a veteran of 3 missions and 4 spacewalks, as he reflects on what keeps him coming back to space.
Human beings, part of our nature, part of who we are, our identity is explorers. Because every time we explore, we improve our lives and our situations. It's just natural. My name is Mike Fink, and I'm the pilot for NASA's SpaceX Crew-11 mission to the International Space Station. I grew up in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, home of the mighty Steelers, and it was a great time to grow up, lots of great educational opportunities, a time that was tough economically, but a place where we knew that dreams could come true. When I was like 2 and 3 years old, my parents would wake me up from whatever nap I was taking to watch moon landings. We did many moon landings back in the late 60s and early 70s, and that made a big impression on me. So I knew that back then, even when I was like 3, that I wanted to be an astronaut. I wanted to go walk on the moon. I wanted to go explore space. So I learned to read so I could read more about space, and the more I read, the more excited I became. When I was in high school, I didn't know what engineering was. I knew what math and science were, physics. I was kind of good at that. Math. I took a leap of faith and went to an engineering program at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, thankfully paid for by an Air Force ROTC scholarship, and then hustling with side gigs on the weekends. And I got to study airplanes and rockets, 2 of my favorite things. So I was able to graduate from MIT with 2 degrees, and then the summer after graduation, I had a really wonderful opportunity to study in Soviet Union. Fortunately, I'd studied Russian language, so I knew enough Russian to go with some colleagues, and we spent the summer at Moscow Aviation Institute studying cosmonautics, and then I spent the next year at Stanford University getting a master's in aeronautics and astronautics. I love the space station. I helped build it. I helped the first modules get ready here on planet Earth, and have had the joy of living aboard the space station for 2 long-duration missions so far. We've learned from the International Space Station that space is a great place to really understand more about the universe. When we are aboard the International Space Station, we're still gravitationally connected to planet Earth, but we're free-falling, so like we're in microgravity. So you take that big G out of the equation, and then you can find out what's really going on physically. We're also outside the atmosphere, so we can look to the universe beyond us without atmospheric interference. When I'm on a spacewalk, I can look out to the whole universe, and I can see how small our planet is and how big and wonderful the rest of the universe is, and it's calling to us. We need to explore and go see the whole universe that's out there. Space exploration is something that really speaks to me as a person, right? We all kind of have our passions, and for me, since I was like 2 and 3 years old, I wanted to go to space, explore space, and I've had a chance to do that. Half my life I've been an astronaut. I've really, really enjoyed exploring space.
Pilot Mike Fink and his team, as you just saw them pass the vehicle assembly building where Artemis 2, a moon rocket, is being stacked. Let's hear now from JAXA astronaut Kamiya Yui on returning to the station, representing Japan, and what this mission means to him.
I think people, we do science in space because we have constant microgravity in the ISS. We cannot achieve that condition on the Earth. Space station actually contributing our knowledge, and also we can produce new materials or medicines in order to make our future brighter. Going to Moon or Mars is very difficult, So we need to test our materials, and ISS is a great test bed. So Crew-11, we are going to have a lot of experiments on ISS, and JAXA especially, we are going to have new cargo vehicle, HTV-X. The vehicle itself is a little bit lighter, but we can carry more stuff to the ISS. 10 years ago, I went to space for the first time. It's changed a lot. And for astronauts, it became much more convenient to live. For example, we didn't have a good place for cooking. Now we have gallery. I was able to see a lot of stars and also beautiful Earth or moons. This mission inspired me, and I really want to pass that inspiration to other people on the ground. ISS is one of the best examples to have a dream and work together and make the dream come true. So if you see ISS in the night sky, please think about your dream, about how to make your dream come true.
And finally, Roscosmos cosmonaut Oleg Platonov, sharing his thoughts as he prepares for his very first flight to space.
Бесконечный космос открывает бесконечные возможности для человечества, поэтому есть необходимость осваивать Солнечную систему, осваивать просторы за пределами Солнечной системы. А для того, чтобы это сделать в будущем, мы должны закладывать эту базу. My name is Oleg Platonov, and I am a mission specialist for NASA SpaceX Crew-11 mission to the International Space Station. Я родился в большом индустриальном городе в России, в городе Челябинске. Это моя родина. Я занимался в патриотических кружках, связанных с авиацией и космонавтикой, поэтому уже в мое детство я задумывался о космосе. У меня много целей в этом полете. Прежде всего, я хочу полететь на мощной огромной ракете в космос, долететь до Международной космической станции, сесть возле большого иллюминатора на станции, посмотреть на нашу красавицу Землю, и это будет вдохновлять меня работать все лучше и лучше. Мы можем получать новые данные о нашей Земле, о Солнечной системе, о космических лучах, о нашей Вселенной, о жизни микроорганизмов в космосе, о здоровье человека, о получении новых лекарств, о путях улучшения конструктивных материалов и внутренняя потребность человека исследовать все, что находится вокруг него. Хочется узнать все новое, новое и новое, расширяя горизонты своего знания, что границы открыты, что мы можем летать в космос, что мы можем лететь дальше, все дальше и дальше, за пределы нашей Земли, за пределы Солнечной системы. И это будет вдохновлять уже не только нас, но и следующие поколения.
And those are all 4 members of Crew-11. If you're just joining us, we are currently T-minus 3 hours and 1 minute until liftoff of those 4 individuals who make up Crew-11. Liftoff to the International Space Station. And this is their ride, a Falcon 9 rocket with a spacecraft called Endeavour sitting at the very top. That crew walkway that you see connecting the launch tower and the rocket, astronauts will soon be walking across that walkway and into their spacecraft to get strapped in to go to space. Right now, they just arrived at the base of the pad, and here is a beautiful view of Launch Pad 39A, which sits just 500, 600 feet away from the edge of the Atlantic Ocean, the beach there, which, as you can see from the calm state of the ocean, we have very light winds, we have sunshine, we have a beautiful day for launch. 90% go is what our launch weather officer is reporting out for weather conditions at the time of liftoff. That time, 12:09 and 24 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. As we gaze up at the sky, seeing just some very thin cirrus clouds up ahead, those not a problem at all when we get ready to launch. We're green across the board right now, running just a little bit behind on the procedures out at the pad At last check, about 10 minutes, but SpaceX crews are working diligently to catch that time up. And this mission operation timeline, it should be noted, has plenty of margin in it. What you're about to see now is the astronauts walking up to their rocket to get a look at the 1.8 million pounds of thrust that can be generated by this machine as it takes them up into space. That moment coming up in just a few minutes, Nick.
Yeah, they just pulled up to the launch pad. We've got about 3 hours until liftoff, and so this is your last bathroom break before you're strapped into a seat and hostage for the next 3 hours. So much needed respite, and then but it's once you ride that elevator up to the top, it's just this stark contrast. You see your rocket up close and personal, and it's this amazing feat of engineering. And then the backdrop is the beautiful Florida coast and the waves crashing onto the beach and a breeze in the face. And it's just a spectacular moment once you get to the top of the launch tower.
You painted quite a word picture there, and we are about to see what that looks like through the eyes of the astronauts as we document their journey up the launch tower, across the walkway, and into their capsule. In the meantime, we want to take some questions that we've been asking and getting and receiving from our audience that's watching around the world. Those who have put their questions forth to our astronaut co-host, Nick Hague, a brigadier general with the Space Force and a NASA astronaut. Austin asks, my son, Knox, age 8, would like to know, how do you get to the space station when it orbits around the Earth so fast? And that is fast.
Countdown, advanced team have completed their preps for crew arrival, and crew are heading up the tower on schedule.
That's great news. Sounds like they made up all of that 10 minutes that they were behind. That's a great call out. Yes, station goes 17,500 miles per hour. How are you going to catch up with that?
Yeah, so Knox has got it. He's got his finger right on it. You've got to start going that fast. So the rocket's going to take off going vertical, and it's accelerating. But after a few minutes into flight, the rocket pitches over and is basically going horizontal and continuing to accelerate as it falls back down toward the Earth. And so you're turning all of that fuel, the 1.8 million pounds of thrust that you were talking about, you're turning all of that into velocity. So right now they're going 0 miles per hour. After 9 minutes of lighting that rocket, you're going to be going 17,500 miles per hour. And it's timing. So that's why we're counting down 2 hours and 56 minutes to liftoff to the second, because that's when the Earth rotates underneath the International Space Station's orbital plane, and it's timing. That's the moment. So that's why we're counting down. So it's 2 hours, an instantaneous launch window.
And that instantaneous launch window at exactly 12:09 and 24 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. You talk about catching up to the ISS, the day that we have and the time gets them there because we are in the same orbital plane. Our first two astronauts clear from the bio break. Zena Cardman, Mike Fink walking out and getting a look at their rocket, arm in arm.
It's a tall rocket, so it's hard to actually look up that. So you've got to lean back to be able to really see it.
You know what? It looks like Mike Fink, who's on the right-hand side, has a little more lean. What's interesting about him is he's wearing an upgraded suit called an R2. The Zena, let's go, just circling her arms. Let's just go.
Yeah.
But he's wearing an upgraded suit that SpaceX says has more mobility and more flexibility in it.
Well, he just demonstrated that,
well,
I guess.
He sure did, didn't he?
Oh, no, Zena wasn't going to be outdone. No, it's awesome to see them, you know, the excitement, the emotions that you feel as you're getting ready to do something like launch into space. Astronauts are humans. They feel all those same emotions, and so it's fun to see some of the excitement come out and on display.
Spillover right there on the launch pad, because there will be time for things to get serious once they get into the cabin. We turn on the launch escape system and start flowing propellants. But right now, just like you said, a nice moment at the base of the launch pad where those emotions spill out. But talking about the suit, Mike Fink is the only one who is wearing, you can contrast his suit with Xena's. It looks exactly the same, but it's constructed differently. It has a circumventual zipper as opposed to a vertical zipper. So, as you know, you got into your spacesuit like a onesie.
И, наконец-то, всем привет, с вами я, Space, и вы попали на прямую трансляцию запуска ракеты Falcon 9 с пилотируемым космическим кораблем Crew-11, миссии Crew-11 на Международную космическую станцию. Запуск запланирован на 16:09 по UTC, у нас остается 2 часа 54 минуты до старта. Экипаж уже доставили на стартовую площадку, и вот первые два члена экипажа, именно командиры и пилоты миссии, уже сейчас будут заходить в ракету. Перевод, как всегда, умер, поэтому только так. SpaceX и NASA планируют запустить 11-ю пилотируемую космическую миссию Dragon Crew-11 к Международной космической станции 31 июля с помощью ракеты Falcon 9 со стартовой площадки C-39 в Космическом центре имени Кеннеди во Флориде. Запуск запланирован на 16:09 по UTC. Космический корабль Dragon C206.6. Это уже 6-й полет будет для корабля. Endeavour, поддерживающий эту миссию, ранее осуществлял первый пилотируемый запуск Crew-11 2 уже более 5 лет назад, 30 мая 2020 года. Crew-2, Axiom-1, первый частый полет на Crew-Dragon на Международную космическую станцию, Crew-6, а также Crew-8 на космическую станцию обратно. После рождения ступени первой ступень Falcon 9 B1094.3 приземлился на посадочную площадку LZ-1 на станции космических сил на мыс Канаверал. Это также будет финальная посадка ускорителя в посадочной зоне 1. За свою 10-летнюю историю Landing Zone 1 обеспечил выполнение множества исторических миссий, включая первую успешную посадку ракеты-носителя орбитального класса компании SpaceX в 2015 году, а также первую двойную посадку боковых ускорителей ракеты Falcon Heavy. И в целом все последующие посадки ускорителей Falcon Heavy. И, то есть получается у них там остается лишь Landing Zone 2. Вопрос, а как, собственно, теперь будут садить ускорители Falcon Heavy параллельно на, типа, если им же нужны две площадки, вряд ли их получится на одну уместить. Они-то, конечно, большие, в теории можно попробовать, но мне кажется, лучше не надо. Во время работы на орбитальной лаборатории экипаж проведет новые исследования, чтобы подготовить человечество к исследованию за пределами низкой околоземной орбиты и принести пользу человечеству на Земле. Экипаж миссии командир Зена Кардман, НАСА, пилот Эдвард М. Файнкл, НАСА, специалист миссии 1. Ой, я что-то не то написал, погодите. Сейчас надо кое-что исправить. Специалист миссии 1 это у нас Юи Кимуа от Джакса из Японии. И специалист миссии 2 это Орех Платонов из Роскосмоса. Все, вот так правильно. Это я уже говорил про финальную посадку на LZ-1. Теперь про сам корабль и саму ракету. И пока первые два члена экипажа, именно командиры и пилоты миссии, садятся уже в корабль, следующие двое, то есть специалисты миссии, поднимаются на эту на, собственно, вершину стартовой площадки. Так вот, Dragon 2 это класс частично многоразовых космических аппаратов, разработанных, изготовленных и эксплуатируемых американской космической компанией SpaceX для полетов Международной космической станции и частых космических миссий. Космический аппарат, состоящий из многоразовой космической капсулы и одноразового грузового модуля, имеет два варианта: 4-местный Crew-11 и Cargo-11, являющиеся заменой грузового модуля грузового корабля Dragon 1. Космический аппарат запускается с помощью ракеты носителя Falcon 9 Блок 5, а капсула возвращается на Землю с помощью приводнения на парашютах. Стартовая масса составляет 12,5 тонн, сухая 7,7 тонн. Грузоподъемность 6 тонн на низкую околоземную орбиту, 3,3 тонны на Международную космическую станцию. Также может вернуть 2,5 тонны груза на Землю и 800 килограмм утилизировать в грузовом отсеке при исходе в орбите, то есть мусор просто сгорает в атмосфере. Может вмещать до 4 членов экипажа, хотя по факту туда можно засунуть и 7, но никогда такого не делали. Летает всегда с 4 и один раз летали с 2, чтобы вернуть на Землю застрявший на Международной космической станции экипаж поломанного корабля Boeing Starliner. Имеет объем 9,3 кубических метра под давлением и 37 кубических метров без давления в грузовом отсеке. Имеет шины постоянного тока на 28 и 120 вольт и солнечную батарею мощностью от примерно 1,5-2 киловатта. Может летать 10 дней в непристыкованном полете в автономном варианте и также 210 дней пристыкованным к Международной космической станции. Капсула имеет высоту 4,5 метра. Капсула, то есть вот у нас сразу вот капсула сама, а вот грузовой отсек вместе с грузовым отсеком имеет длину 8,1 метр. Диаметр всего этого до 4 метров. Ну, в целом там 3,7 выходит, как и диаметр ракеты. Всего было построено 13 кораблей, из которых 7 пилотируемых, 3 грузовых и 3 прототипа. Сейчас был недавно построен и запущен последний, также 5-й эксплуатируемый пилотируемый корабль Dragon, и все больше строить не будут. Все полеты будут обеспечивать эти 5 кораблей. Первый запуск без экипажа был 2 марта 2019 года, первый запуск с экипажем 30 мая 2020 года, как раз на этом корабле C206 Endeavour, уже более 5 лет назад. И первый запуск грузовой версии был 6 декабря 2020 года в миссии CRS-21. Масса топлива составляет 2562 килограмма. В качестве двигателя используется 16 двигателей Драка с тягой в 400 ньютонов и удельным импульсом 300 секунд, которые работают у нас на 4-окиси азота и... Боже, что? И монометилгидрозине, да. Также 8 двигателей Супер Драка установлено в качестве системы аварийного спасения, каждый из которых имеет тягу 71 кН, давление в камере сгорания 7 МПА и удельный импульс 235 секунд, время горения до 25 секунд. Для системы аварийного спасения зарезервировано 1388 кг топлива. Ну и сразу вот пока нам тут как раз показывают, вот собственно у нас сам корабль, там идет адапт, уже не показывают, ладно, потом тогда про это. Основная задача Crew-11 — перевозить экипаж на Международную космическую станцию обратно в рамках программы коммерческих пилотируемых полетов НАСА. Также Crew-11 используется для коммерческих полетов на Международную космическую станцию и в другие пункты назначения. Ну, правда, из других пунктов назначения там обычно низкая околоземная орбита. Ну, во всех наклонениях. Даже были запуски на практически полностью полярную 90-градусную орбиту. Crew-11 способен работать автономно. SpaceX и NASA заявляют, что он способен перевозить 7 астронавтов, но в обычных условиях экипаж составляет от 2 до 4 человек. И по состоянию на сейчас ни разу не перевозил более 4 человек. Crew-11 включает в себя интегрированную систему аварийного спасения с толкающей системой. 8 двигателей супердрака, которые могут отделить капсулу от ракеты-носителя в любой момент в случае чрезвычайной ситуации. SpaceX изначально также планировано использовать двигатель супердрака для посадки Crew в Dragon на сушу. Парашюты и применение в океан предполагалось использовать только в случае аварийного запуска. В итоге произошло полностью наоборот. НАСА запретила посадку на двигателях, и в итоге посадка производится на парашютах в океан. Но не знаю, есть ли это разрешение до сих пор, но на некоторые запуски выдавалось разрешение в случае отказа полностью парашютной системы использовать двигатели супердрака для посадки на воду. Но, понятное дело, с безопасностью, которую имеет этот корабль, получить такой сценарий с тем количеством полетов, которое ему осталось, нам, скорее всего, не удастся никогда. Вот.
Certification process. You mentioned the certification process for extending the life of Endeavour. Same kind of thing happens for the ground station, the launch complexes, and they were able to get that process done.
Каждый член экипажа носит индивидуально подобранный скафандр, который обеспечивает охлаждение внутри Dragon. Скафандр типа EVA, но также может защищать своего космонавта при быстрой разгерметизации кабины. Для миссии Демо-1 испытательный макет был оснащен скафандрами и датчиками. Скафандр изготовлен из номекса, огнестойкой ткани, похожей на кевлар. По контракту SpaceX на коммерческую транспортировку экипажа каждое место на борту Crew-11 оценивается примерно $88 миллионов США, хотя фактически там в разы меньше просто. Тогда как номинальная стоимость каждого месяца по оценкам управления генерального инспектора НАСА составляет около $55 миллионов США. Это контрастирует с ценой запуска Союза в 2014 году, который составлял $76 миллионов США за место для астронавтов НАСА. То есть цены пипец как завышенные. Сейчас, насколько я знаю, они продают место по $55 миллионов, что все равно в разы больше, чем фактическая стоимость. Запуски же Союза по итогу в последние миссии продавали что-то там по $80 миллионов за человека. При том, что фактически запуск Союза стоит не более, даже пилотируемый, не более там $50 миллионов. То есть, ну вот сколько они зарабатывали. Фактически запуск Crew-11 даже на полностью новой ракете стоит не более там, я думаю, $90 миллионов. То есть также зарабатывают немного, ну, немало так на одном запуске. А с многоразовостью то там намного дешевле выходит. Ну, понятное дело, Dragon это не для тех, кто хочет сэкономить, типа, ну, и, ну, в скором будущем нас уже ждет Starship, где цены будут просто, ну, намного, короче, ниже. Не буду считать насколько, но намного прям ниже. Вот, поэтому, кто хочет, пусть ждут Starship. Но сейчас в целом особо выбирать из нечего, поэтому, кто хочет полетать уже сейчас, то да, только Dragon у нас. Ну и также Союз есть. Но Dragon у нас все-таки намного удобнее, там он больше новее, хотя, ну не знаю, но Dragon на МКС летит очень долго в среднем. Союз всегда долетает за 3 часа, а вот этот аппарат может лететь до 2 дней, так что, ну, кто что выбирает, короче. Ну, понятное дело, сейчас по всем нам известным причинам, я так понял, выбирает только лишь Dragon, хотя вот в конце 2021 года также был частый запуск на Международную космическую станцию и на Союзе.
Allow it to catch up to the space station, and in this case it's going to take 40 hours to do. Most of that time, a few minutes after
Компания SpaceX, стремящаяся к значительному снижению стоимости космических перевозок, спроектировала Dragon 2 с учетом возможности повторного использования, а не утилизации, как это принято в случае с космическими аппаратами. Он состоит из одноразовой капсулы и одноразового грузового отсека. SpaceX и NASA изначально сертифицировали капсулу для использования в 5 миссиях. По состоянию на март 2024 года они работают над сертификацией для использования в 15 миссиях. Но это уже вот 6-й полет этой капсулы, поэтому сертифицировали. Для максимальной экономической эффективности SpaceX внедрила несколько инновационных решений в систему аварийного спасения Crew-11, используя 8 боковых двигателей супердрака, чтобы устранять необходимость в традиционной одноразовой спасательной башне. Более того, вместо размещения критически важных и дорогостоящих систем жизнеобеспечения двигателей и хранения топлива на разном сервис-заводе, Dragon 2 интегрирует их в капсулу для повторного использования. Грузовой отсек также служит адаптером между капсулой и второй ступенью ракеты Falcon 9, а также включает в себя солнечные панели, радиаторы для отвода тепла и ребра для обеспечения аэродинамической устойчивости при срабатывании системы аварийного спасения. Dragon 2 интегрирует солнечные панели непосредственно в структуру грузового отсека, заменяя развертываемые панели на Dragon 1 и в целом на многих космических кораблях. Грузовой отсек также может вмещать негерметичные грузы, такие как выдвижные солнечные батареи, транспортируемые на Международную космическую станцию. Типичная миссия Crew-11 включает 4 астронавтов. Командира, который руководит миссией, несет основную ответственность за управление космическим кораблем. Пилота, который выполняет функции резервного пилота и выполняет функции как командира, так и оператора. И 2 специалистов миссии, которые могут быть поручены особые обязанности в зависимости от миссии. Однако Crew-11 может выполнять миссии при необходимости всего с 2 астронавтами, а в случае чрезвычайной ситуации до 7 астронавтов могут вернуться на Землю с МКС на Dragon. На Земле экипаж попадает, как мы видим, в капсулу через вот этот, собственно, боковой люк. На Crew-11 над 2 центральными креслами, занимаемыми командиром и пилотом, расположена панель управления с 3 экранами. Под креслами находится грузовой поддон, где можно разместить около 230 килограммов предметов. В потолке капсулы расположен порт Международной стандартной стыковочной системы IDSS. Для частых космических миссий, не требующих стыковки с МКС, порт IDSS может быть заменен купольным окном из плексигласа диаметром 1,2 метра с панорамным видом, аналогичный куполу МКС. Кроме того, SpaceX разработала люк Skywalker для миссий, связанных с выходом в открытый космос. В условиях космический корабль может работать в условиях полного вакуума. Экипаж будет носить скафандр, разработанный SpaceX для защиты от быстрой загерметизации кабины. Космический корабль также спроектирован так, чтобы безопасно приземляться при утечке диаметром до 6,35 мм. Носовой обтекатель космического корабля защищает стыковочный узел и 4 двигателя, направленных против движения во время подъема и входа в атмосферу. Этот компонент открывается для выполнения операций в космосе. Топливо и гелий, необходимые для аварийного прекращения полета и орбитальных маневров, хранится в титановых сферических баках с композитной углеродной оболочкой в основании капсулы, в зоне, известной как сервисный отсек. Для аварийного запуска капсула использует 8 двигателей супердрака, расположены... но это уже я говорил. Капсула возвращается на Землю, и тепловой экран ПК-3 защищает капсулу во время входа в атмосферу. Dragon 2 использует в общей сложности 6 парашютов, 2 тормозных и 4 основных, для торможения после входа в атмосферу и перед приводнением по сравнению с 5 используемыми на Dragon 1. В 2024 году использование двигателя Супер Драка для реактивной посадки было снова разрешено, но только в качестве резервного случая на случай аварийных ситуаций с парашютом. Вот про что я также уже говорил. И сейчас у нас происходит операция Seat Rotation, то есть поворот сидений полностью по горизонтальному положению, в котором они, собственно, уже и будут запускаться.
Yep, that position is important because when you're launching, you want to make sure that G-force is coming through your chest because it's easier for your body to handle. But then when you're landing and the impact of landing, you want to make sure that you're in that more upright orientation. It's all for crew safety. It does allow them to see the displays better.
SpaceX, you're in the launch position. With that,
Crew-11 используется как коммерческими, так и государственными заказчиками. Xion Space запускает коммерческих астронавтов на МКС и в конечном итоге планирует начать запуски на свою собственную частную космическую станцию. Полеты НАСА к МКС предполагают полеты 4 астронавтов, а дополнительная перезагрузка и объем используется для перевозки грузов под давлением. 16 сентября 2014 года НАСА объявила, что SpaceX и Boeing выбраны для доставки экипажа на МКС. SpaceX должна была получить до $2,6 миллиардов США по этому контракту на проведение испытательных полетов в рамках разработки до 6 эксплуатационных полетов. Dragon был менее дорогим предложением, но какой-то там черт посчитал предложение Boeing Starliner более сильным. В итоге Starliner за 5 лет, которые Dragon прекрасно летает, совершил более 10 пилотируемых полетов, то есть даже более 15 уже. Starliner за это время совершил 2 неудачных, считай, пилотируемых полета, 1 неудачный пилотируемый, при котором экипаж назад пришлось возвращать на Драгоне. И в итоге опять следующий полет будет не пилотируемым, причем аж в следующем году. Ну то есть Starliner, ну это ужас просто. Ой, поэтому тот человек, который так посчитал, кретин какой-то. Вот, однако первый эксплуатационный полет Crew-11, Crew-11 состоялся 16 ноября 2020 года после нескольких испытательных полетов, в то время как Starliner столкнулся с многочисленными проблемами и задержками. Его первый эксплуатационный полет был отложен аж на 2026 год уже. НАСА одобрил новую процедуру загрузки топлива в связи с новым использованием в ракете Falcon 9 слегка охлажденного топлива, в отличие от более ранних космических аппаратов НАСА, таких как Saturn 5 и Space Shuttle, где топливо полностью загружалось за несколько часов до запуска и до посадки астронавтов. На Falcon 9 топливо загружается непосредственно перед запуском, чтобы поддерживать температуру жидкого кислорода около минус 207 градусов, а керосина около минус 7. Загрузка топлива начинается за 40 минут до старта. При этом система аварийного спасения активируется, чтобы обеспечить безопасное покидание экипажа ракеты в случае чрезвычайной ситуации во время загрузки топлива. SpaceX использовал серию 4 летных испытаний для Crew-11 по системе аварийного прекращения полета на стартовой площадке, беспилотный орбитальный полет к МКС, испытание аварийного прекращения полета в полете и, наконец, пилотируемый полет к МКС, который изначально был запланирован на 2019 год, но был отложен и совершен 30 мая 2020 года. Испытание на аварийное прекращение полета на площадке было успешно проведено 6 мая 2015 года на стартовой площадке SLC-40. Dragon благополучно приземлился в океане к востоку от стартовой площадки через 99 секунд после зажигания двигателя Супер Драка. Далее. Испытание аварийного прекращения полета в полете Crew-11 было начато 19 января 2020 года с SI-39А по суборбитальной траектории для проведения сценария разделения аварийного прекращения полета в тропосфере на околозвуковых скоростях вскоре после прохождения максимального аэродинамического сопротивления, где транспортные средства испытывают максимальное аэродинамическое давление. Dragon 2 использовал свои аварийные двигатели супердрака, чтобы оттолкнуться от Falcon 9 после преднамеренного преждевременного отключения двигателя, после чего Falcon был разрушен аэродинамическими силами, и Dragon следовал своей суборбитальной траектории до апогея, после чего меньшие двигатели драка использовались для ориентации транспортного средства для спуска. Все основные функции были выполнены, включая разделение, включение двигателя, раскрытие парашютов и посадку. То есть они взорвали целую ракету для этого испытания. Ну и в целом это вся информация по кораблю Crew-11. Теперь идем далее к ракете Falcon 9, на которой это все запускается. Falcon 9 это у нас частично многоразовая двухступенчатая ракета-носитель средней и тяжелой грузоподъемности, разработанная и произведенная в США компанией SpaceX. Первый запуск Falcon 9 состоялся 4 июня 2010 года, после чего ракета модифицировалась множество раз, и с 2012 года летает последняя версия этой ракеты Falcon 9 Block 5. Это самая запускаемая американская орбитальная ракета в истории. За 15 лет было произведено более 500 запусков, более 99%, которые полностью успешные. То есть это не только самая часто запускаемая, а также самая безопасная ракета в мире вообще. На данный момент, по крайней мере. Стоимость запуска составляет порядка 70 миллионов долларов. Они его продают, эти запуски, но это для одноразовой версии. Многоразовой там, по-моему, по 40 миллионов. Но по факту, летая первая ступень, которая слетала более 20 полетов, там цена запуска снижается уже примерно до 25 миллионов долларов фактическая. Ракета в версии Block 5, которая сейчас только и летает, имеет высоту 170 метров, диаметр 3,7 метра, стартовый вес 550 тонн. На низкооколоземную орбиту в одноразовом варианте она может поднять 22,8 тонны, в многоразовом примерно 18 тонн. При посадке на плавучую платформу. На ее переходную орбиту может поднять 8,3 тонны в одноразовом варианте и 5,5 тонн в многоразовом варианте при посадке на плавучую платформу и 3,5 тонны при посадке на стартовую площадку. В сторону Марса в одноразовой версии может отправить 4 тонны груза. Запуски производятся на миссии Канаверал с площадок SLC-40 с космического центра Кеннеди на LC-39А, это во Флориде, а также на Вандерберг SLC-4E в Калифорнии. Вот, всего у нас было произведено 511 запусков, из которых полностью успешные 507, неудачных 3 и частично неудачный 1. То есть рейтинг безопасности составляет 99,3%. Последние 156 запусков были полностью успешными. Было 466 полностью успешных посадок из 477 попыток. А, вот, даже первый полет Block 5 состоялся даже не в 2019 году, а 11 мая 2018 года в миссии Бандху-1. Первая ступень у нас имеет высоту 42 метра и диаметр, понятное дело, 3,7 метра. Там устанавливается 9 двигателей Marine 1D+, с максимальной тягой 7600 кН на уровне моря и удельным импульсом 282 секунды на уровне моря и 311 секунд в вакууме. Вот. Топливом служит жидкий керосин и жидкий кислород. Далее идет вторая ступень высотой примерно 15 метров и диаметром также 3,7 метра. Там устанавливается один двигатель Marine 1D, оптимизированный для работы в вакууме. И имеет тягу в 934 кН в вакууме с обычным соплом и 840 кН с укороченным соплом. И удельный импульс 348 секунд с полным соплом, ну и там на несколько десятков секунд меньше с укороченным.
MD loud and clear as well. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground.
You're listening to communication
Dragon,
checks
MD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
through each of the 3 paths.
Ускоритель способен совершать вертикальную посадку для облегчения повторного использования. Это впервые было совершено 20 декабря 2015 года. По состоянию на 30 июля 2025 года SpaceX успешно посадил ускоритель Falcon 9 466 раз. Отдельные ускорители совершили до 29 полетов. Самыми тяжелыми полезными нагрузками, выведенными ракетой на геостационарную орбиту, были Intelsat 35D массой 6,7 тонн и Telsat 19V массой 7 тонн. – 24 января 2021 года Falcon 9 также установила рекорд по количеству спутников, выведенных одной ракетой. Выведено на орбиту 143 аппарата. Ракета Falcon 9 рассчитана на доставку астронавтов НАСА на МКС, сертифицирована для программ космических запусков национальной безопасности и относена в программу пусковых услуг НАСА к ракете-носителю категории 3 «Низкий риск», что позволяет ей запускать самые дорогие, важные и сложные миссии агентства. Пустая масса первой ступени составляет 25,6 тонн, масса топлива 936 тонн. Ступень состоит из алюминиево-литиевой оболочки и алюминиевых перегородок, ну то есть между баками. Имеет 4 посадочные опоры, выдвижные, ну то есть раздвижные, на которые она собственно приземляется, из углеродного волокна и алюминиевых сот. Кстати, тяга от двигателей в вакууме составляет 8227 кН. Время горения составляет 162 секунды. Центральный двигатель имеет карданный подвес для управления вектором тяги до 5 градусов. Также при движении по инерции и при посадке имеет двигатель реактивной системы управления на азоте и 4 выдвижных открывающихся решетчатых руля титановых. Пустой вес второй ступени составляет 3,9 тонн и вес топлива 92,7 тонны. И вот сейчас у нас происходит, кстати, закрытие люка в пилотируемом космическом корабле Crew-11, миссии Crew-11. У нас остается 2 часа 22 минуты до запуска. Вторая ступень также состоит из алюминиево-литиевой оболочки и алюминиевых перегородок. Время работы двигателя второй ступени составляет 397 секунд. Двигатель также имеет управляемый вектор тяги и азотные двигатели реактивной системы управления. А нет, все-таки двигатель, то есть люк корабля у нас еще не закрыли. В качестве воспламенения двигателя используется пирофорная смесь триэтиlalюминия и триэтилборана, то есть ТАТЭП. Falcon 9 способен потерять до 2 двигателей на первой ступени и все равно завершить миссию. В такие случаи, кстати, были. Стенки и купола топливного бака изготовлены из алюминиевого ритиевого сплава. SpaceX использует бак, полностью сваренный трением с перемешиванием для его прочности и надежности. Бак второй ступени представляет собой укороченную версию бака первой ступени. В нем используются практически те же инструменты, материалы и технологии производства. Промежуточный элемент Falcon 9, то есть Interstage, соединяющий верхнюю и нижнюю ступень, представляет собой композитную конструкцию из углеродного волокна с алюминиевым сердечником, который содержит многоразовые разделительные цанги и пневматическую систему толкания. Первоначальная система разделения ступеней имела 12 точек крепления, сокращена до 3 в версии 1.1. Falcon 9 использует обтекатель порезанной нагрузки для защиты спутников, но не используется, понятное дело, в запусках кораблей, потому что они так очень аэродинамические. Он имеет высоту 13 метров и диаметр 5,2 метра. Весит приблизительно всего 1900 килограмм, потому что изготовлен из оболочки из углеродного волокна, наложенной на алюминиевый сотовый сердечник. С 2019 года обтекатели проектируются для повторного входа в атмосферу и повторного использования для будущих миссий. То есть обтекатели у нас также многоразовые. Цена одного обтекателя составляет $12 миллионов, поэтому получается неплохо сэкономить. Ускоритель, предназначенный для повторного использования, возвращается на... Подождите. Что-то я не то читаю. Вот, ускоритель возвращаем и мы на Землю, включая 4 выдвижных посадочных поля, закрепленных вокруг основания. Для управления спуском первой ступени не через атмосферу SpaceX использует 4 решетчатых руля, которые раскрываются из ракеты через несколько мгновений после разделения ступеней. Усовершенствованные титановые решетчатые рули, отлитые и вырезанные из цельного куска титана, обеспечивают значительную лучшую маневренность и выживаемость при экстремально высоких температурах при входе в атмосферу, чем алюминий решетчатые рули, которые были установлены на первых версиях. Они в прямом смысле плавились при входе в атмосферу. Ну и в целом это вся информация по этой ракете. Но еще вот куда мы идем.
Once they did the pressure check, they saw it, opened it back up, found it, removed it, and then resealed it, and they were good to go for launch. And so there's a bit of margin in this countdown, and we're in that kind of flexible time right now where they have time to work through methodically on this procedure. Nick, we don't want to end the story with the end of MS-10. We want to go to MS-12, which was the next space flight, your next launch. Here you are now with a crew of 3. You said, I'm going back.
Первое, это у нас вот тут расположены по бокам парашюты. Далее.
That's the job.
Нет.
I mean, we explore because it's important. And so that doesn't change launch to launch to launch. The mindset to get back on top of the rocket isn't any different the first time than it is the second time, and the third time. Why am I willing to accept this risk? Why is my family willing to accept this risk? And it's because what we're doing up there is so important. The scientific discovery, the learning about the human body and how we interact with the environment around us and more about the universe around us. That's just so important, and so that's why you do it. And so this time, night launch. So I got a day launch and a night launch. And
lucky you.
It was beautiful, and you saw Christina had joined. She was going up for a year-long mission, and Alexa and I gave it another shot, and it was flawless all the way to docking. Spectacular flight.
And this was in 2019.
2019.
Just a little a little
Крышка
less than a
порта.
year after MS-10 in October
Панели
of
управления, то есть
2018.
вот те
Yeah, 5
три
months.
монитора, которые
So we had the
командира и
launch,
пилота.
so we had our launch aboard,
Грузовой поддон для
and
крепления
then
груза,
2 months later,
система контроля окружающей среды и
2
тепловой
months later,
экран ПК-3.
MS-11 launched, and they had fixed the problem. They
Ну и,
diagnosed what the
собственно, вот
problem
у нас
was with the
грузовой
rocket,
отсек.
and
Вот
then 5
эти
months later, we
ребра
were
для
on board.
стабилизации корабля в случае срабатывания системы
It takes a
аварийного
lot to keep the
спасения.
station going. We've been doing it for 25 years, and so that drumbeat of rotations of crews has to keep going.
Солнечные панели,
Absolutely,
которые
and
просто
you
считаем
fulfilled
накренены
your
на
role,
грузовой
and that
отсек.
photo we just saw was the completion of a
Сравнение
successful
Dragon
mission to the
с
International Space
остальными
Station.
космическими
When you
кораблями,
returned
на
from
этом сейчас
space
смотреть не
and were
будем.
being brought out of that capsule,
Собственно, вот у нас
Yeah,
4
it
места
was.
для экипажа
I mean, it's
и
ironic because
места
where
для
our
груза,
abort
которые
landed
также
was in the
могут
normal
быть по
landing
факту
zone.
заменены
We landed
местами для
there
экипажа, но такая
almost a year
конфигурация
to the
никогда
day
не
later
использовалась.
in that landing zone, and so it was the culmination of a pretty
Это вот,
interesting year.
собственно,
Needless
тот
to
тест
say.
How about
системы
that? As you
аварийного
look
спасения
around,
с
right, and
стартовой
go,
площадки.
I remember this place.
46 мая 2015 года.
But you felt a lot different.
Yes, absolutely. It's spaceflight changes your perspective.
Это он после переводения вот
You
таким
know,
образом его
that
доставили.
overview effect
Идут
that
на
everybody talks
корабль.
about. The
Ну, вот так у нас
the way
видите
you
тепловой щит и в
perceive the
целом весь
globe and
корабль
how
после
connected
входа
we
в
are
атмосферу,
and
когда он нагревается
just
до
how
более
special
чем
the Earth
2000
is.
градусов.
It's profound. I wish we could get more people up there.
I hear this time and
А,
again
ну,
from
всё,
other
дальше
astronauts.
пошли уже,
that
так понимаете,
The more,
места.
we're almost up to 700 people now that have gone into space. I'd love that to
Почти
be, 700,000 people, even if it's for short periods of time. As a veteran that's done a suborbital flight as well as an orbital flight, it's all good.
I'm sure many of our audience, I know I would love to go someday, and that's of course the aim of the Commercial Crew program, is to make space more accessible to more people. And so finally, your most recent mission, 2024, in September of that year, not too long ago, you launched back into space on Crew-9. This, of course, launched from right here on the Space Coast, Launch Complex 40, as you mentioned, the first crewed mission from that pad. But there was only 2 of you. And we've talked about this. This was a crew of 2 for a special reason. You had an important mission for Crew-9.
Yeah, the seat 1 and 4 there you can see are empty on the uphill portion, and that was to accommodate Butch and Sonny coming back home with Alex and I 6 months later. So we were launching on a normal rotational mission to the station, and planning to do our 6-month long duration mission. And job 1, as soon as we opened that hatch, was integrating Butch and Sonny into the Crew-9 crew, and then continuing to do that research mission.
There you are, lifting off.
I got to say that the weather today is so much better than it was back then. We had a hurricane blow through a day or so before, and then there was a window and a little hole in the weather, and we shot through it. I think they've got a better weather today.
There you are with your full crew of 4 on the way back home.
Yeah, you can see Butch in the far field there. Sonny's just off the camera, close to us, and coming home.
A very successful mission, Crew-9, bringing back home Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams. I imagine, did you have to kind of, wrangle Sonny out of that space station? She loves being in space.
I think it's universal. I mean, you want to get home to see your family after being gone for that long. You want to get back to some of the things you miss about being on Earth, but you're also sad to close the hatch and to leave that environment up there that's just so special. You never know when you're going to get back, if you're ever going to get back, because everybody's future is, you just don't know, and it is just so. it just has such a huge effect on everything that you do, you know, and you bring that back. And so missing out on being able to float around or look out the window, or, you know, in some respects, it's see all of my, you know, my crewmates. So I haven't seen Alex since right after landing. I haven't seen Alexei and Oleg since the station, and so you feel this sense of time passing and the moment ending.
We are T-minus 2 hours and 10 minutes until liftoff of Crew-11, NASA and SpaceX's rotational mission to the International Space Station. In a little less than an hour, we are going to expand coverage with our friends from SpaceX joining our launch broadcast, and we'll come up on camera so you can see us, see Nick live in the flesh here as he steps us through the operations today all the way to liftoff and into orbit. A note about the weather. The launch team and the launch weather officer are discussing conditions both here and along the ascent corridor. Winds are forecast to be picking up around 14 knots and then peaking to 18 knots at launch time. So that is something that they're going to evaluate closely. The winds have to be within a certain range before they'll go forward with prop load, which of course is a very careful and delicate operation. It's automated for SpaceX, but when you start loading a rocket with propellant, a lot of care has to be given to external influences like the weather.
Dragon SpaceX, we're commencing health check for launch escape system. You can expect a momentary flight computer state change, followed by transition back to pad hatch closed.
Dragon copies.
And so you mentioned the weather, and it gets right to the point that they're making here is the weather's got to be good so that we know that the launch escape system can be used, so we can arm that before we start loading that propellant. So at the moment we start loading all this dangerous stuff onto the rocket, we make sure that the crew has got a way to get out of there in a heartbeat if they need to. And onshore winds may seem like, you know, not a big deal, but if you're coming down under a parachute on a capsule that's not supposed to land on land, you want to make sure that you don't drift onto the land. And so that's why they watch all of those conditions.
Critically important, those winds. And so the teams will be evaluating this again just before prop load. Of course, this is a forecast that we see right now, but what actually happens to the winds in the moment that we're getting ready to launch or getting ready to arm the escape system, rather, and then load props could be different. So that's why we watch it in real time. Winds are notably fickle here at the spaceport because of what Nick just said. That sea breeze, it gets kicking up. You can see our flag out by the launch clock right now, starting to blow just a little bit. And so we'll be monitoring that throughout the rest of the countdown going into T-minus 50 minutes.
Yeah, that's a beautiful sight, though, isn't it?
It is indeed. And what has shaped up to be a beautiful day for launch so far. If you're just joining us, we'd like to introduce you to the crew. Crew-11 going into space today consists of the commander, NASA astronaut Zena Cardman. She holds a Master of Science in Marine Sciences from UNC Chapel Hill. Cardman has experience with NASA research in the Canadian High Arctic and has supported real-time station operations and lunar surface exploration planning. She also likes rock climbing and powerlifting in her free time. She trained for Crew-11 as the commander, but was reassigned to Crew-11. And is now the commander here, and she has, by virtue of all that training, a lot of training for a first-time flyer.
She is well prepared. You know, she's been well prepared from day one. She had done a backup flow prior to the Crew-9 assignment.
Oh.
But it was a thrill to be able to go through spend the roughly 18 months leading up to the Crew-9 launch, being able to train side by side with her. She's a phenomenal crewmate and is going to do an amazing job.
Your Crew-11 pilot is NASA astronaut Michael Fink, a veteran of 3 space flights. Fink has completed 9 spacewalks, totaling 48 hours and 37 minutes of EVA time, and has spent 382 days in space. Fink is a certified pilot for Boeing Starliner and SpaceX Crew Dragon, as well as a co-pilot, flight engineer on Soyuz, and a mission specialist on the Space Shuttle. Fink enjoys spending time with his family, traveling, geology, and learning new languages. Unlike you, Nick. Michael Fink loves to learn himself a new language.
We are completely different in that regard. No, actually, learning a new language opens up your appreciation for their culture and gives you a deeper understanding. And so even though it was one of the most difficult aspects of training, it's also been one of the most rewarding.
I wanted so badly to learn a second language. I studied French. It did not stick, but I certainly appreciate those who can speak another language. But thank goodness for smartphones and apps that now translate for you. So I feel like I'm missing out on less.
Yeah.
Our mission specialists, let's get to them. JAXA astronaut Kimiya Yui is Crew-11 mission specialist number 1 with 142 days in space. This will be Yui's second trip to the space station. Yui flew as a flight engineer for Expedition 4445 and became the first Japanese astronaut to capture JAXA's H-2 transfer vehicle in November 2016. Yui was assigned as chief of the JAXA astronaut group.
Yeah, and he had to learn English and Russian in order to fly to the station. So I guess this is the note that you need to give to all the kids that are listening. I want to grow up and be an astronaut. Probably the one thing you absolutely need to do is know 2 languages or more.
Well, that takes me out.
I said kids, Daryl.
Okay. So you're saying there's still a chance? Mission specialist number 2 is Oleg Platonov. The Crew-11 mission specialist is Roscosmos cosmonaut Oleg Platonov. This will be his first trip to the International Space Station. He graduated from the Krasnodar Higher Military Aviation School of Pilots with a degree in engineering and military rank of lieutenant. He is married with 1 child, and apparently is the comedian of the group.
I think they all have a pretty good sense of humor.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah. And you see that expressed, even as they were just making their way out to the pad and up into the capsule. Lots of smiles, lots of laughter.
We did see that as they were coming across the crew access arm earlier, as they made their way into the spacecraft. T-minus 2 hours and 3 minutes and counting until liftoff of Crew-11.
It's a long wait. Now they're strapped in and there's not much to do. And so you have time to reflect and think about all those, I guarantee you they're thinking about the things they need to do, but they're also thinking about all the people that helped them get into that seat. The training teams, the ops teams, everybody that supported them along the way. Their families, their friends, the ones that have been the support network to get them to this day.
As Crew-11 reflects, we want to reflect on their destination, the International Space Station, one of the most extraordinary labs ever built. Here's a closer look now at how science happening up there in their destination in low Earth orbit is improving life for all of us down here on Earth.
The International Space Station isn't just a symbol. It's a powerhouse of cutting-edge science, constantly revealing secrets that defy Earth's limitations and drive us farther into the cosmos.
Our mission is research and science. We have experiments mounted on the outside of the station that are looking at Earth. We study our own bodies and how they react to space, to weightlessness, to radiation. And that helps not only us go on further in future missions, but also helps for medical research back home. And then we study lots of different things as well, like materials, combustion, all sorts of things that help us understand life back on Earth.
Yeah! Microgravity doesn't play by the rules. It flips them upside down, transforming how liquids flow, how flames burn, and unraveling biological mysteries before our eyes.
I saw some heart tissues beating in space, and it was incredible.
Photon, we see that top one beating. Looks like happy heart cells.
But we're not just along for the ride. We're explorers, diving headfirst into the challenge and harnessing the power of this unparalleled platform, just as we have been for decades. We're on a relentless quest for answers, seeking to understand the intricate workings of the human body in space and ensuring future crews stay safe on their daring journeys beyond Earth's orbit.
The human aspect of human space exploration is always going to be very important for decades to come.
And when it comes to technology, we're not waiting around. We're discovering new ways to grow crops in harsh environments and engineering innovations to tackle Earth's greatest challenges.
We have amazing technology that allows us to recycle water and create water for us to drink. It's delicious.
Microgravity isn't just a curiosity. It's a game changer in the fight against diseases back on Earth, paving the way for breakthroughs that benefit us all and enabling new economic opportunities in space.
Welcome Axiom 3 on board the International Space Station.
From our vantage point more than 200 miles above Earth, we are not just spectators. We're gaining unprecedented insights into the world we call home, and we're sharing our findings openly. We're not just achieving results today. We're sparking inspiration in future generations of explorers and embracing the power of global collaboration as we reach for the stars.
What was your favorite experiment on the International Space Station?
Toby, great question. My favorite experiment was the one that I got to eat. It was us growing hatch chili peppers in our plant habitat.
Station Huntsville on 2, we have video in Node 1. Look at those chili peppers.
And as we soar through space at 17,500 miles per hour, each moment is a step closer to unlocking the mysteries of our Earth, our universe, and propelling our pioneering spirit even farther into space. So come along for the ride aboard the International Space Station.
Nick, you spent more than a year cumulatively of time on that International Space Station. When you think back to the things that you work on, what comes to your mind as some of your favorite stuff?
Yeah, there's such a variety up there. Growing stem cells, doing gene editing, working with materials, trying to extrude fiber optics or 3D printing metal or organic tissue, trying to print organs, growing lots of different types of food, whether it's tomatoes or algae or lettuce. It's so fun to be in the middle of all of that, and it's hard to pick a favorite out of all of that. But it's fascinating. And what's been fun is looking from 2019, when I did my first expedition, to the most recent expedition, being able to see the growth in complexity of the science that we're able to do up there. When you first start doing things, you're like, I don't even know if it's going to work. And once we start to figure out and adjust, now we're able to start to really reap the rewards of all of that effort.
That's a great point, because when I look at the science that's going aboard this mission, this is pretty advanced stuff. You talked about, stem cells in the early going when you were working with them on station. Now they're trying to figure out how to mass produce stem cells, which can be made at a higher quality and higher yield in microgravity, the environment that the International Space Station provides for scientists that you can't replicate on the ground.
Yeah, you know, we go there to ask questions that we don't know the answer to. And then when we find that answer, it usually leads to a couple more questions. But that's the nature of discovery. That's the nature of building knowledge. And as we gain this knowledge, we start to identify these areas where, hey, this is something that is unique to space that'll bring benefit back down to Earth for everybody. And then we can really start to exploit that.
That is exciting because in the end, that's what it's for, right? It is not only to advance exploration goals, but also to make life better here on Earth. And the International Space Station in its 25 years has certainly done that. An update as you watch our operations here. We have a little bit of a lull as the closeout crew in the White Room on top of the launch tower seals up the hatch to the Endeavour spacecraft. That side hatch.
Так, а теперь у нас уже точно есть закрытие люка в пилотируемый космический корабль Crew-11 C206.6. Грейс. Миссии Crew-11. Вот. И напомню то, что у нас до запуска миссии Crew-11 на Международную космическую станцию на ракете Falcon 9 со стартовой площадки SC-39А в Космическом центре Кеннеди во Флориде, который запланирован на сегодня 31 июля в 16:09 по EDC, остается 1 час 55 минут. Продолжаем смотреть дальше.
Again, specifically at liftoff.
It's smooth.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels so smooth.
Liquid propellant?
Yeah, you know, so you don't, like, I never got a chance to fly on the shuttle. But the shuttle was rough because of the solid rocket boosters.
That's what everybody said.
You don't have that, and the thrust level is a little slower here, so it also doesn't like throw you off the pad. It's a slow acceleration, but it's a constant increase in that acceleration that just keeps going until you get to, you know, kind of the end of first stage. It's just super smooth. And then when the first stage is done, it separates, and then there's 5 seconds or so before you light the second stage engine, upper stage, and so you're weightless. And that was completely different than Soyuz, because Soyuz hot stages, and so you never have that period of weightlessness. And so you spend 5 seconds and you're like, okay, we're weightless. I'm ready for it to light. I want to make sure we get there, and then it continues on. And so it's a smooth ride all the way up.
The second stage is a kicker, though, isn't it?
It all starts slow. So the G starts, and then it slowly ramps up. So there's not too many jarring moments flying on a Dragon.
We were talking earlier about the science. Let's dive into what Crew-11 will be doing. They will be busy at T-minus 1 hour and 53 minutes until they lift off to get there. We have 2 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut inside Crew-11 right now. Inside of Dragon Endeavour, I should say, on top of a Falcon 9 rocket from Launch Pad 39A here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. This crew, of course, as you see them right here, headed to the International Space Station to help maintain this very special orbiting lab. Once on board the International Space Station, Crew-11 will become members of Expedition 73-74. They will conduct research to develop the production of nutrients in space, such as vitamins. They will also evaluate mass-producing human-induced pluripotent stem cells, or iPSCs, to develop cell-based therapies for diseases such as cancer, as well as a possible alternative to antibiotics. Crew-11 will test using phage therapy to treat bacterial infections. And these things are important, and you were telling me this yesterday when we were going over the show and prepping for the show, and I asked you, is an infection or a cut worse in space? than it is on ground? And you said yes.
Yeah, our immune systems are suppressed. They don't operate as efficiently in space as they do on the ground. And one of the experiments that I was a subject for up there, and it's an ongoing experiment, is looking at the immune system and just trying to figure out why does it get suppressed like that. But yeah, if you cut yourself and it gets infected up there, it takes longer to heal. So don't cut yourself when you're in space.
I just wrote that down as my notes for when I
it's
fly
a tip.
one day.
Yes. Pro tip.
Pro tip. Yeah, and if you do, and you were explaining yesterday, if you do cut yourself, that it's not like, the blood goes out into space. It holds to your finger because of surface tension. Right?
Yeah, it does. Water does amazing things up there.
Just weird stuff.
If you get water, it floats, and we see all these videos where it's floating as a bubble inside, in front of them. But if you put your finger into that, it just kind of adheres to the surface of your hand and kind of crawls all up your arm, and then it'll stop, and then it becomes body temperature, and then you can't even tell there's water on your hand because there's no motion associated with it because it's just stuck in that one spot. It doesn't exert any weight on your skin. It's the same temperature. So you just don't even know it, and so you'll have water globs on you and just not notice until something gets wet,
or somebody smells you if it's sweat.
That's true. That's true. It's polite to just hand them a towel.
Team. All right, we're coming up on T-minus 1 hour and 50 minutes. So far, a smooth countdown. We saw Crew-11 at T-minus 4 hours get suited up. They left the astronaut crew quarters about 20 minutes away from here, got into their Teslas, rode out to the pad after saying goodbye to their family members. Under security escort, drove by the vehicle assembly building on the way, which is housing currently a moon rocket scheduled for launch of that crew, a test flight around the moon in early next year. And then they made it to this launch pad 39A, where in a little under 2 hours they will lift off bound for the International Space Station with an instantaneous window of 12:09 and 24 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. We're keeping an eye on the weather. Locally showing a lot of promise as it's a sunny day, a very hot July day here in Florida, as they typically are this time of year. But the winds have kicked up just a bit. You can see that in the texture on the Atlantic Ocean there. And the launch weather officer is monitoring winds, expected to increase right around the T0. So as Nick pointed out earlier, that's an important criteria, launch criteria that they have to monitor so that the launch escape system can operate properly. That would take them out over the Atlantic Ocean. Winds need to be in the right direction and the right strength in order for that system to operate correctly. We're also looking at launch weather here, or rather around the world, along the ascent corridor, where there are areas where, just in case, just like you, when you aborted, there was an area for you to go on land because Soyuz lands on land. With Dragon, you have abort locations along the eastern seaboard and then beyond?
Yeah, effectively it's all the way up the East Coast, and then kind of your last opportunity that you would need, because you'll be in orbit at that point any further on, is just off the coast of Ireland. And so we watch the weather, we watch the sea states. We make sure that, if we needed to go and pick up a crew because they had to abort and they landed in one of those zones, that the search and rescue forces will be able to get into those locations, that the weather is going to be support that kind of operation. And so weather is a little more complex when it comes to spaceflight. You've got to take a global perspective and prepare for all those different contingencies.
We've got the split screen there with Crew-11 on the inside. That camera with a prominent shot of pilot.
А вот, короче, вот читаю сейчас новости просто, и вот на что наткнулся. Еще из любопытных фактов этого запуска Кеннеди, Майк и Изначально должны были лететь на космическом корабле Boeing Starliner, но вы сами должны знать историю этого многострадального корабля. Да, уже даже так, Боинг облажались полностью, короче.
Yeah, we need some on-screen graphics to make it.
Yes, I think you're right about that. And so after you're done here today, we will be drafting you into our production team.
Oh, okay, great.
Nick. We could use the help. No, we've got a great team that does a great job, but I do appreciate that.
You know, you can make out below the crew cargo.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, so there's cargo supplies for them, but there's also science that they bring up, as well as survival equipment. So there's 3 pallets that are below those 4 seats that are chock full of gear.
And the red one is like, that's like first aid kit, possibly?
Your red one is the life raft.
Life raft, okay.
Yeah. So we showed a clip of that in the MBL at the very beginning, where you throw that out and there's a bottle. As you throw it, the rope will extract and then eventually pulls on a bottle that inflates it, and that's what they were crawling inside of in the MBL for training.
It also looked like they had water wings.
Personal flotation devices, yes.
They look like water wings to me, Nick.
Yes, yes. You know, we trained for that kind of thing, so it's a standard you have to meet to be able to, all of you, go from this configuration they're in right now to put on the personal flotation device and get out of the capsule in 90 seconds.
Well, their destination when they launch at 12:09 p.m. Eastern Time is the International Space Station, or ISS. This will be commemorating a significant anniversary on November 2nd. When we get to that date, we will have had 25 years of continuous human presence aboard this orbiting laboratory.
And liftoff. International Space Station is underway.
We are in the golden age of the space station right now in terms of the return on investment and what we're able to do there.
One of the great legacies of the space station is not just going to be science, but very importantly, the international cooperation. This is perhaps most prominent, international cooperation for exploration.
Years, you know, every roughly 6 months or so, a crew doing a rotational mission with a handover, and it's been a thrill to be a part of those rotational missions. To be able to just watch the evolution of science and see how we're learning how to really utilize the laboratory to its full potential. I don't know where those clouds came from. They need to blow away. So the crew's sitting in there, T-minus 1 hour and 42 minutes. This is the moment where crew is sitting in there and you don't have a lot to do except reflect. You know, the next big events are when you arm the launch escape system at about 45 minutes, T-minus 45. Prop load will start about T-minus 35. That's when there's activity and you start to bring in focus. Now it's a time-honored tradition in spaceflight to have to endure long moments of waiting for big things to happen.
SpaceX's Endeavour Dragon has been a workhorse for NASA's Commercial Crew program, flying mission after mission. It has safely carried astronauts to the International Space Station 5 times. Demo 2, Crew 2 in 2021, Axiom Mission 1 in 2022, Crew 6 in 2023, and Crew 8 in 2024. In all, Endeavour has flown 9 NASA astronauts, 3 space tourists, 2 Roscosmos cosmonauts, 1 retired NASA astronaut, 1 ESA astronaut, and an Arab astronaut from the UAE to and from the International Space Station. Crew-11 marks Endeavour's 6th mission, the flight leader to the ISS. And we leave you now with dancing from Crew-1. Apparently choreographed as well. Look at that.
And they had their act together.
What choreographed dance moves did you do, Nick?
Don't dance. That's one thing that
Don't
didn't.
dance.
That's one thing that didn't translate into space. Yeah, I don't dance on Earth, and I didn't dance in space. But you can do somersaults and flips and twists, though.
Yes, especially as you're zipping around that space station. I mean, it's
fun.
Yeah, oh man,
it's like,
it looks like it.
Every dream you had as a 5-year-old of flying around, and you get to do that every day.
I used to dream that as a kid so often that I could just flap my arms and fly. Yeah. It was a recurring dream that I had, and sometimes I woke up really actually believing that I could fly. I can imagine when you're on the ISS, you wake up and it's like you get to just do it again day after day. Yeah. It's real. That dream is real.
It's your new normal.
Yeah.
And you just have fun with it. You float over and grab your drink bag to rehydrate your morning coffee, and you can do a backflip between that and the water dispenser, and you just play with it. You don't need to use utensils to eat. You can just put the food out in the air in front of you and pretend like you're in an aquarium. So those flags were hanging dead for a while, but they're blowing again.
Yeah, that's the breeze that the forecasters looked at the charts and the data that they have around all the instruments that we have around the Kennedy Space Center. And early this morning forecasted earlier kick up to those winds, and so we're seeing them now. They've got a forecast for 14 knots around liftoff time with a peak of 18 knots. Of course, they're going to reevaluate that here in about 25 minutes or so. And of course, we'll be listening in to the launch communications by the team, making sure we keep you updated to their progress. We have a launch opportunity today at 12:09 p.m. Eastern Time, but if for some reason the weather does not work out, we have opportunities the following days. Tomorrow, on Friday, August 1st, where we have an 85% go for weather, with the only concern being potential cumulus clouds like we're seeing today. The only thing there is that the ascent corridor goes up in terms of its risk, because there is a trough of disturbed weather coming across the country, and we'll be out into the Atlantic by then. So that is something that they'll have to monitor. That's why today is such a perfect spot, because that is low right now. That potential concern is at a very low state. So fingers crossed that we continue to have green conditions. We're green at the moment, and that's a good sign. We're T-minus 1 hour and 15 minutes until the liftoff of Crew-11 on a Falcon 9 rocket to the International Space Station. Thank you for joining us. Whether you're watching online or streaming, we are glad to have you here with us as we get ready to launch 4 humans to space from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Crew-11 will be the latest crew to fly as part of NASA's Commercial Crew Program, which uses private companies to transport people to and from the orbiting lab from U.S. soil. Those people, NASA astronauts, like the one sitting right next to me right now, Nick Hague. It's been a great countdown so far. Weather is 90% go. Got the excitement picking up as we draw closer to our T0. At this point, Nick, the crew has had, as you mentioned earlier, a lot of time to reflect. But the activity is going to start picking up.
Yeah, everything, it's an instantaneous launch window, and so you have to start backing up from that of the things that need to be done. And the big one is right now they're sitting on a rocket that's empty. So they're not going anywhere unless they put some juice in the rocket. So that's going to start around the T-minus 35 time frame. And before we start to load all of that, those explosive materials, we need to make sure that the launch escape system is armed. And so we'll go through a debrief prior to that to make sure everybody's good. Then we'll arm the launch escape system and then start with that prop load. So there's some big things. And as you're sitting there, the reality of the situation, you understand how once they make the decision to go, once we launch that launch escape or arm that launch escape system, you're on a live rocket. And if something goes wrong, the system can make a decision that it's going to automatically pull you to safety. And it's designed to do that. You want it to do that. But you also realize that, in a fraction of a second, you could be in a very different situation than you are right there.
You would know that well, as your mission had an in-flight abort in 2018 while flying Soyuz MS-10. But that launch escape system worked perfectly and brought you and your crewmate down safely to ground, to your family. And you dusted off your boots, got back on 5 months later, and successfully got into space on MS-12. So that launch escape system is a critical component to a successful mission.
Absolutely, and we test them rigorously. And SpaceX did an in-flight abort test. They've done pad abort tests. They've shaken this system out to make sure that when you need it, it'll be there for you.
This will be a 38.8-hour transit from the ground here at Kennedy to docking to the International Space Station. So the crew that you see there, I hope they have some audiobooks and some movies, because that's a long time.
There's an opportunity. There are 2 windows, and there's a heck of a view out there.
No doubt.
And but they're not going to spend 40 hours strapped into seats like that. After they get into orbit, once the nose cone opens and they're kind of clear of the second stage, the upper stage, they'll be able to unstrap and take those suits off. They'll dry them out and put them away, and then they'll be essentially in short sleeve shirt, pants, and it's a pretty comfortable, spacious place to hang out in. And they'll be camping in Dragon for 40 hours until they get to the station. A few hours before they get to the station, they'll have to get back in the configuration that you see them here, do their leak checks with the suits, all stuff very similar to actually getting in the capsule on the launch pad.
Is it roomy in there? It doesn't look roomy from this shot, but I know there's a lot more to Dragon than what we're seeing right here.
Yeah, it is quite roomy. There's a whole bunch of volume, and when you're in space, you think about floating, you think about volume and not necessarily surface area, and so the volume you don't see is above the displays. You can fit a couple people up in the space on the top of the screen that's off screen that you just can't see. And then down by the cargo underneath their feet, there's a whole bunch of space down there. So those footrests you can take off, kind of stuff them under the seats. It creates this nice big volume. You can pull out your food and your drinks. You can stick things to the walls. And, but it's like camping in a SUV. There's room, but you're still in an SUV.
And you got to communicate, like, hey, excuse me, can I get over there, or can I get around you? And
let me put up the privacy curtain. I have to use the restroom.
You're looking at a live view of Crew-11 at Launch Complex 39A at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Stay right here. In just a few moments, we'll be expanding our live launch coverage. Good morning. You're watching live launch coverage of NASA and SpaceX's 11th rotational flight to the International Space Station. I'm NASA's Daryl Nail, joined once again by NASA astronaut Nick Hague, who's been with us for the past 3 hours. Liftoff is set for 12:09 p.m. Eastern Time from Launch Pad 39A here at the Kennedy Space Center. And before we continue, a quick reminder about Nick's incredible experience in space. General Nick Hague was selected as a NASA astronaut in 2013. His first flight to the space station in 2018 ended in a launch abort following a rocket booster failure on Soyuz MS-10, a dramatic escape that he and his Roscosmos crewmate survived safely. He returned to space in 2019. Here on Soyuz MS-12, spending 203 days on the ISS, and last fall, he commanded NASA's SpaceX Crew-9 mission there, as you see him getting ready to go with cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov. In total, Nick has logged 373 days in space and completed 4 spacewalks. It's so great to have you here today as you've been sharing your experience, the lessons you learned, your experience in space, and some of the human emotions that every astronaut goes through on a day like today.
Yeah, no, Daryl, it's a thrill to be here. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. We're getting ready to launch 4 humans into space. It is such an amazing thing that is so hard to do, and to be able to witness it and then just be a part of that legacy of doing it over and over again for decades is a thrill.
And a great responsibility by all involved. Crew-11 is launching from Pad 39A, and we're now just over an hour away. Once they arrive at the station, they'll join Expedition 7374, and in just 3 days, Crew-10 will return home. This will be what's called a quick 3+2 crew handover. You were Crew-9. You get a little time with the crew that's coming up, and it's important time.
It is, because you're living on the space station, so you train for how to work all the systems, but the real living aspect of it is something that you can really only do in microgravity, in that weightlessness, and it really is something that you try to maximize.
All right, let's take you through Crew-11's launch day preparations so far this morning. Nick Hague has been with us throughout. After waking up and grabbing a bite to eat, the crew suited up inside the historic crew quarters, a tradition that dates back decades. SpaceX teams helped them into their custom pressure suits, and just like the other crews before them, they gathered around a table for a card game to burn off any lingering bad luck before launch. After that, they followed in their footsteps of every NASA astronaut since Apollo 7 in 1968, walking out to greet a crowd of family, friends, and supporters with a big wave. Then it was into their Teslas for a security-escorted ride out to Launch Pad 39A, a 20-minute journey filled with anticipation as they drove up with their rocket in sight. Once there, they looked up, got a close-up look at the rocket, walked through the crew access arm, and climbed into their spacecraft. And now, there they are at the top of this rocket, inside that Endeavour capsule, and they are awaiting the next big milestones, the fueling of the rocket and the arming of the launch escape system. Throughout the broadcast, we are taking your questions to Nick Hague. Just use the hashtag AskNASA on the platforms Facebook, YouTube, X, and Twitch. We really want to hear from you. So send us those questions. He's got answers, and he's got good ones. Also, if you're watching YouTube, be sure to refresh your player or browser so you can join our live chat. At this time, we are expanding our coverage to include our partners at SpaceX. So let's welcome in the SpaceX and NASA commentators joining us live from Hawthorne, California, home to the SpaceX mission team. Welcome aboard.
Thanks, Daryl. So excited to be joining you and Nick Hague here and Joseph. I'm Somi Srivastava, a certification engineer here at SpaceX.
And I'm Joseph Zakshevsky with NASA Communications. And you're absolutely right. It's a thrill to be here today and exciting to be joining you again from Mission Control here in Hawthorne as we count down to liftoff of Crew-11 just over an hour from now. Crew-11 is our 11th operational mission with SpaceX, flying astronauts for long-duration missions to the International Space Station, and the 12th as a part of NASA's Commercial Crew program with SpaceX. Crew-11 has 2 first-time flyers on board, as well as a veteran NASA astronaut and a veteran Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, or JAXA astronaut, making their return to microgravity. The multinational crew also represents 3 different space agencies: NASA, JAXA, and Roscosmos.
Today's crew will fly aboard Dragon Endeavour, which was the first operational Dragon to carry crew on board during SpaceX and NASA's Demo 2 mission in 2020 with astronauts Bob and Doug. Endeavour has been pretty busy since then, having also flown NASA's Crew 2 mission, AX-1, and NASA's Crew 6 and Crew 8 missions. This will be the first Dragon to fly 6 times. Overall, for the Dragon fleet, this will be Dragon's 49th visit to the space station and its 19th human spaceflight mission overall, and the 5th Dragon flight just this year.
Now, over the last 3+ hours, Crew-11 has been going through all the detailed process of getting ready for their mission, as you've been following along with Nick and Daryl from the Cape to the International Space Station. So let's introduce you to the crew. In the commander's seat is NASA astronaut Zena Cardman, who will be conducting her first spaceflight. She holds a Master of Science in Marine Sciences from the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. Cardman has experience with NASA research in the Canadian High Arctic and has supported real-time station operations and lunar surface exploration planning. Now, to the next of Zena is going to be pilot Mike Fink, a veteran of 3 spaceflights. Fink has completed an impressive 9 spacewalks, totaling 48 hours and 37 minutes of the time spent outside the orbiting laboratory. And he's also spent a total of 382 days in space, and Fink is certified pilot for the Boeing Starliner, as well as SpaceX Crew Dragon, a part of the NASA's Commercial Crew program, as well as the co-pilot and flight engineer on Soyuz, and a mission specialist on the Space Shuttle, STS-134, that was Space Shuttle Endeavour, and fitting that he flies on Dragon Endeavour today. Serving as a mission specialist, or pardon me, Sonia, is serving as a mission specialist is going to be Japan Aerospace and JAXA astronaut Kimi Yui.
Yeah, and today's flight will be Yui's 2nd trip to the space station. He was selected as an astronaut by JAXA in 2009 and has logged 142 days in space. And to round it all out, Roscosmos cosmonaut Oleg Platonov is also serving as a mission specialist and was selected as a cosmonaut in 2018 and will be making his first space flight today.
Now, as we get closer to 1 hour away from liftoff, let's take a look at what's going to be happening with Crew-11 once on board the International Space Station. Crew-11 will briefly become members of Expedition 73 and then Expedition 74 in the fall. Following departure of Soyuz MS-27 spacecraft, that's when the expeditions will change over, and that departure will feature NASA astronaut Johnny Kim. They'll also conduct space station maintenance and scientific research to understand plant cell division, finding alternatives to antibiotics in microgravity, investigate producing essential nutrients on demand for long-duration missions, and study how spaceflight affects human physiology and psychology. The crew will also engage with students worldwide via the ham radio and use its existing hardware with newly integrated software to test a backup lunar navigation solution. So as the crew continues to prepare, as does the team on the ground, let's check in with another member of our broadcast team, Ronnie, here with SpaceX for an update on all things on the rocket, the capsule, the crew, and more. Ronnie?
Thanks so much, Joseph. I'm Ronnie Foreman, a senior sales manager, joining you today from the SpaceX Statics Desk. It continues to be a smooth countdown, and we are looking good for an on-time liftoff, which is at 12:09 p.m. Eastern Time from the historic Launch Complex 39A in Florida. Now, coming up here in just about 15 minutes, we're going to be listening in for our team to report our final readiness for propellant load with a final go, no-go poll. Of course, here on the ground, teams will be staffed around the clock in mission control, which is just behind me here in Hawthorne, to monitor Dragon and the mission, not just today, but throughout the entire mission, from liftoff to Crew-11's arrival at the space station, all the way through splashdown when our astronauts return home. On console or on headset in mission control, as you can see on your screen right now.
Tank isolation valves to equalize low flow pressure.
Dragon copy.
So we've got some good live action there from our teammates in mission control. The mission director is the one in charge of the room and tasked with making those real-time decisions that ensure mission success. The person we just heard talking to the astronauts is the crew operations and resource engineer, who we'll refer to as the core throughout the broadcast. Our 4 additional team members are focused on vehicle systems, including avionics,
Now, the team in Houston is currently working through their go, no goals and looking to confirm that the station is ready to receive Dragon Endeavour and the new crew. Now, following liftoff for the flight today, it's going to take about 39 hours, you've heard, about phasing, so a good stair-step journey to get to the International Space Station, with Dragon flying autonomously the entire way. Docking is targeted for the early morning hours on Saturday, August 2nd at 3 a.m. Eastern at 12 a.m. Pacific time. And just like autopilot on a commercial aircraft, the crew always has the ability to take manual control of the spacecraft if needed.
We are now at T-minus 58 minutes and counting down to today's launch. While we wait, let's check in with NASA's Sandra Jones at the Johnson Space Center to see how things are shaping up at Mission Control in Houston. Sandra, how's it going over there?
Tracking copies. Go for 4.100 set. We'll go.
And welcome back to Mission Control Houston here at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We are here in the hub of human spaceflight at NASA. The team here has pulled go for launch in the International Space Station, is ready for the crew to lift off as they begin their journey to the orbiting laboratory. At the time of launch, the space station will be traveling 260 miles over the South Pacific Ocean. In the home stretch of the rendezvous, NASA and SpaceX flight controllers will enter into what we call integrated operations, where both flight control teams will conduct a series of go, no-go polls for Dragon Endeavour's docking to the International Space Station. Rotational missions like Crew-11 help NASA continue to maximize the important research and technology demonstrations made possible only in the International Space Station's unique microgravity environment. The space station is critical for NASA to prepare for future commercial low Earth orbit destinations and to understand and overcome the challenges of long-duration spaceflight necessary for a long-term presence on the Moon and crewed missions deeper into the solar system, including on to Mars. Now, here's a closer look at the mission and what Crew-11 will have to look forward to during their stay aboard the International Space Station.
International Space Station, one of humanity's greatest accomplishments so far. 15 countries working together and adding more all the time that have helped plan, build and fly the International.
Станции, как я считаю, они очень важны, и они являются ключевым звеном в развитии технологии, науки и всей цивилизации. И все самое лучшее из космоса всегда приходит рано или поздно на Землю в виде новых открытий, новых приборов, возможностей и технологий.
I'm very excited to see what kind of payloads we get to work with. It's a really interesting day-to-day life where 1 hour you might be fixing the toilet and then the next hour you're working on a physics experiment studying fundamental processes of our universe.
We're going to be up there for a lot of time. And we're going to every day, a lot of time. And we're going to, every day, be in space.
Our bond stronger.
Наш экипаж Crew-11 — это экипаж, который состоит из высокопрофессионально подготовленных людей. И мне нравится этот экипаж.
In some ways, my only expectation for the mission is to fly and return home safely and still friends when we get back. There are so many things to play around with, to study, to explore, and I'm really open to every possibility, ways to engage with the International Space Station.
We all came from other crews. Kimiya, Yui, San, and I both came from Starliner 1. Oleg was on a Soyuz mission before this, and Xena, of course, was on Crew-9. But we all came together with our previous experience, melded into a really fun team, ready to go fly to our International Space Station.
And we're back at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida as we have a beautiful shot from our flight helicopter right there of the vehicle assembly building. The Artemis 2 mission, the rocket inside, will launch early next year. 4 astronauts around the moon. But we are focused now on that launch pad that you see right ahead of us, which is Launch Pad 39A and the Falcon 9 rocket with the Endeavour spacecraft on top of it. We've got 4 astronauts inside right now getting ready to launch to the International Space Station. And we've got Nick Hague, NASA astronaut, with us, co-hosting our launch broadcast today. And Nick, we have questions for you that have been coming in from social. Would you like to take a few more?
I'd love to take a few.
Been doing a great job so far, so let's put that next question up on the screen. This is coming in from #AskNASA. During CRS missions, these are cargo resupply missions with Dragon, I noticed that most of the time there is cargo in the trunk, but I never see any of the trunk during crew missions. Why is that?
Yeah, the crew missions fly up with an empty trunk, and that's really a mass constraint so that we can get those people up there. People require a lot of clothing, they require a lot of food, and all of those supplies have to get on, and so that comes at the expense of something in the trunk.
Great answer. T-minus 51 minutes and counting, and now we're counting down to the moments before we arm the launch escape system and start fueling the rocket. But before we do that, let's send it over to NASA's Tony Jaramillo, who is standing by live at one of the best viewing locations here at the Kennedy Space Center. She's joined by NASA's acting administrator, Secretary Sean Duffy. Tony?
Hey, thanks, Daryl. That's right. This is one of the best viewing locations where our guests have an amazing view of the rocket at the launch pad off to my left here. And joining me is Secretary Sean Duffy, NASA's acting administrator. Secretary Duffy, did you have a chance to speak to the crew before they headed out to the launch pad?
I did. I was behind the glass yesterday with them. Again, I would tell you, they're right out of central casting. So smart, so personable. Especially Mike, who actually flew on the shuttle missions. But this is Xena's first trip into space. So yeah, I got to talk to them. And again, they seemed a little nervous, but really, really excited. And today is the big day. I think they're just waiting for the launch and getting to the space station.
Absolutely. We're all getting ready for that launch. As you get ready for your first launch as administrator, what would you like to say to the NASA and space community that continue to help pave the way to the stars?
So listen, I think the team has been so impressive at NASA, but also our corporate partners, again, SpaceX, Blue Origin, Boeing, that are building the vehicles that get us into space. And again, when we go to the space station, critically important, but what we learn on these missions is what's going to get us to the moon, and then from the moon to Mars, which is, I think, the direction that NASA has to be. We are space exploration.
Absolutely. As you get ready for your first launch experience, what have you learned from Crew-11, and what are you looking forward to learning as you lead NASA?
Well, listen, I've learned that they're really well trained. I'm coming from DOT. The safety components that go into making sure these launches happen and happen safely is really, really impressive. The checks, double checks, triple checks. But moving forward, listen, I'm looking forward to Artemis. So a lot of people don't know Artemis, right? We're going to the moon. We're going back. And in America's 250th birthday, Artemis 2 is going to launch. We are going to go around the moon and back. We're not going to land in that one. But then Artemis 3, we're going back to the moon. We're going to land. We're going to stay for 6 days. The longest time before that was 3 days. And then from there, we're going to start deploying all of the assets we need to build our base. And we're going to stay on the moon. We're not planting our flag and leaving. We're going to stay, learn, and then go to Mars. Again, there's critical real estate on the moon. We want to claim that real estate for ourselves and our partners, which is going to be critical to be successful in that mission.
Absolutely. A lot of exciting missions coming ahead. I mean, you just mentioned one. I guess what should be that next exciting mission that the public can look forward to?
Well, I think it's going to be Artemis 2, right? Again, going back to the moon. And again, sometimes you might think we already did that, right? We did that in the Apollo program. But what's happening with technology to get us there? It's revolutionary. And what I love is sometimes people go like, well, what does this mean for us on Earth? Why are we doing this? Well, there's the exploration point of being an American, and that's what we do. We explore. We were pioneers. But also what happens with our scientists, our engineers, the machinists, the welders, the jobs that are created, and the quality and innovation in rockets that are happening in America, and the time frame in which we can produce them is amazing. And we have great competition. Obviously, this is a SpaceX. So over here, it's a SpaceX rocket, which they have been remarkable. But again, we have our other players who are chomping at the bit, and they're great partners. And again, we want to have a vibrant private sector business that partners with NASA as we accomplish these missions.
Absolutely, and we are very much looking forward to Artemis 2. Secretary Duffy, thank you so much for joining us. Now we'll send it back to our team in Hawthorne.
Thanks, Tony. That was an awesome interview with Senator Duffy. We are also really excited to see what Crew-11 does and accomplishes on their mission. But now let's bring it back to Mission Control here in Hawthorne, and the teams are continuing to prepare Falcon 9 and Dragon for launch. Falcon 9 is the first orbital-class rocket that is capable of reflight. Together, Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy have completed more than 519 launches and over 448 reflights.
Incredibly impressive. And today, the booster that Crew-11 will be using is going to attempt to land at Landing Zone 1, which is just down the coast from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. This will be the third flight of this particular first-stage booster after supporting a Starlink mission earlier and recently Axiom Mission 4. That was the successful fourth private astronaut mission to the International Space Station.
Rapid reusability drastically reduces launch costs, and it's the key innovation that is making space more accessible for the entire space industry as a whole. While this young booster is on its third trip to space, we are working towards qualifying our fleet of Falcon boosters and fairings to support up to 40 missions each. For those of you following along, we're currently at 29 flights of a single Falcon booster, which is absolutely wild. Increasing Falcon's flight count provides valuable information and data on repeated reuse, which is a supercritical element in making life multiplanetary. This same spirit of continuous iteration and innovation does not stop with Falcon 9. NASA awarded SpaceX a contract to develop the USD orbit vehicle, a modified Dragon designed to guide the space station through a controlled re-entry into Earth's atmosphere.
And when the time comes and the International Space Station reaches its end of operational life, which, trust me, it still has a lot of life to give right now, Dragon will help achieve that safety orbit. During the CRS-31 cargo resupply mission, Dragon successfully performed a reboost test for NASA that demonstrated Dragon's ability to change the station's orbit. And we'll see a similar test coming up, and that'll help inform plans for the upcoming commercial resupply mission number 33 with SpaceX, where Dragon will fly an extended mission and repeat that reboost demo with a modified trunk called the Boost Trunk. This modified trunk will give Dragon the ability to change the station's velocity by up to 10 meters per second. And testing these added capabilities will provide NASA with additional options for station operations in the coming years.
And yet another innovation that SpaceX is working on is the intravehicular spacesuits, or IVA suits, that astronauts wear during Dragon missions. These suits are worn by the astronauts while they're inside the spacecraft, versus the extravehicular, or EVA spacesuits that are
go for propellant load and launch. For all operators in MCCX and Hangar X, both control rooms will go into lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes and will remain in that state until LES is disarmed. All operators are to remain at their console and maintain a sterile cockpit until MD confirms successful disarming of the launch escape system, following orbit insertion or propellant offload in the event of a scrub. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the CE or LD and they will approve aborting the count. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold, hold, hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch auto sequence immediately and proceed into launch abort. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off and relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual flight escape rules. Launch control, you may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement.
Arming crew arm for movement. Crew access arm retraction started.
И я напоминаю то, что мы продолжаем смотреть запуск пилотируемого космического корабля Crew-11 миссии Crew-11 на Международную космическую станцию на ракете Falcon 9, которая запланирована на сегодня 31 июля в 16:09 по UTC. До него остается 42 минуты 51 секунда. И как мы видим, сейчас у нас происходит отвод руки пащи обслуживания, по которой, собственно, экипаж и другие члены подготовки к запуску попадали к кораблю. И следующим этапом у нас станет что происходит? Ну ё-моё. О, капец.
Go for section 6, closing visors and arming LES.
They may have renumbered the procedures because in the past it was section 7.
Ясно, тогда сделаем вот так.
But this is a critical moment indeed. And that crew access arm, it can rotate quickly back to Dragon in this moment.
Dragon, visors closed, arming LES.
In this moment, in between, before they have the launch escape system fully armed. Indeed, indeed. So
И следующий этап у нас будет на отметке 39 минут до запуска будет активирована система аварийного спасения космического корабля Dragon, после чего на отметке 35 минут у нас начнется загрузка на первую ступень как жидкого керосина, так и жидкого кислорода, после чего на отметке 16 минут начнется загрузка жидкого кислорода и топлива на вторую ступень. А вернусь я далее на отметке примерно 20 минут до запуска. Пройдемся окончательно по в целом этому запуску по кораблю и по ракете вкратце уже. И по в целом миссии самой. Ну и будем смотреть уже запуск. Кстати, я еще хотел постримить запуск Falcon 9 Starlink Group 13.4, потому что он планировался буквально через 20 минут после этого запуска, но не судьба его перенести на более чем 3 часа. Поэтому ждать я уже не буду. Ой.
It's its safety net. So the launch escape system is constantly trying to determine, is everything going okay? And it does that with looking at a bunch of different parameters. But as long as those stay within bounds, it doesn't do anything. But if something changes, or if there is a handle that the crew can initiate the launch escape, if that's activated, then this is going to separate them from that rocket and get them to a safe distance. And it's from the point right now on the pad all the way until they're in orbit. They've got continual safety net there to protect them.
That capsule can get up in a hurry, too, as you were mentioning with these abort systems. They got to move quickly, going 436 miles per hour in a matter of 7.5 seconds. The Dragon can do that when it fires up its Super Draco engines if it were needing to get away from the pad in a hurry.
Yeah, absolutely. We're about to load the rocket full of fuel and oxidizer. And so if that energy is released, you need to be as far away from it as you can be. And so that escape system is designed to get them away in a heartbeat.
As long as everything continues nominally, it's our hope that system will not be needed today. As we march towards loading those propellants Nick was talking about, that begins at T-minus 35 minutes and counting. Another big moment when they start flowing RP-1, Rocket Propellant 1, which is a refined form of kerosene, similar to jet fuel, as well as that oxidizer that together produce that 1.8 million pounds of thrust to lift that rocket and the crew into space.
Yeah, it's definitely an important moment, but it's also an exhilarating moment because this is when you start to hear the rocket come alive. The pumps and the fluid moving and the vibrations and it's, Dragon starts to have a personality, if you will.
You can hear those sounds, right? Valves moving and clicking.
You feel it, yeah. You hear it, you feel it.
T-minus 37 minutes and counting until liftoff. We're just 2 minutes away from beginning to load propellant into the Falcon 9 rocket. Weather is looking good at the moment. We are 90% go. There was a small concern for cumulus clouds in the area. That's just the 10% because of course, this is July in Florida. And you can see even now, Nick, the sea breeze from the cool ocean starting to create...
Tanks are venting for the start of propellant load.
Starting to create those little cumulus clouds bubbling up around the pad. We had a clear sky earlier. We're getting a little bit now, but overall, we're expecting that should be clear.
I see blue.
It's the glass half full. I like that. As long as we have that blue sky straight over top of the rocket and 10 miles out, we are good to go. And so far, right now, green conditions. The range is clear. The area around the pad. Boat traffic has been cleared by range operations. Our partners at the United States Space Force, Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, where Nick, of course, you in the Space Force, a brigadier general, have cleared the range. They are currently monitoring it, making sure that no one can get into the path of the rocket from down on the ground or in the ocean, for the reason that if anything were to happen and any equipment or any spacecraft parts were to come down on them, you wouldn't want to pose a risk to those below.
Yeah, public safety is important, but it highlights just the expansive team that even for this one place, the number of organizations that have to work together and they're necessary for success.
Our 4-person crew, 2 NASA astronauts, 1 JAXA astronaut, and a Roscosmos cosmonaut seated in launch position, monitoring their systems on their heads-up displays. In the foreground on the right, that is a launch tower for Starship, the vehicle that SpaceX is currently testing and developing for use, among other things, in the human landing system for NASA.
The launch auto sequence has started.
And that's the call that begins the propellant flowing into the rocket. And now we are on an autonomous timeline counting down to 0 at 12:09 p.m. Eastern Time. This is a good milestone. It really signals that we're going to space.
Yeah, it's The clock is definitely ticking. Up to this point, the crew's been strapped in for a little more than 2 hours. There's been margin built into the schedule just in case, the side hatch doesn't pass its leak check or a suit doesn't, whatever pops up, we've got a little margin. As we get closer and closer to liftoff, that margin disappears. And so now we're on a pretty tight timeline all the way down. 35 minutes to launch. The visors have been closed since they armed the launch escape. It's been about 8 minutes. It's at this point where I'm sitting there going, I wish I had scratched my nose before I put my visor down and trying to figure out how I'm going to do that, because they're going to be like this for another 45 minutes with the visors down.
Boy, that sounds like a long time when you put it that way. Well, there's great anticipation, right? This is the moment they've been training for, a year in the making. For Zena Cardman, who's essentially trained twice, even longer than that. Mm-hmm. They have been looking forward to this moment for so long and training so intensely, and here it is upon us.
Yeah, and the time for reflection was in those 2 hours leading up to this point. At this point, now it's the mental rehearsing. They're chair flying exactly what's going to happen during the next 10 minutes when they lift off, and all the different things that they're going to need to do, as well as the couple few activities that they're going to have once they get to orbit.
Chair flying. That's what our astronauts are doing right now, and we'll stay with them as we count this down. For now, let's send it out to SpaceX in California.
As Daryl mentioned, propellant loading of both RP-1 and liquid oxygen began at T-minus 35 minutes, right on schedule. And weather is our main watch item right now. But I am hearing from our vehicle teams that everything looks good for both Falcon 9 and Dragon. So next up, at about T-minus 30 minutes, the SpaceX launch director will inform the crew when loading of cryogenic helium will begin. First on stage 1 and then on stage 2 about 4 minutes later. Stage 2 RP-1 loading should wrap up at about T-minus 20 minutes and 30 seconds. Then, as we approach T-minus 16 minutes and 30 seconds, we should hear a call out that Stage 2 liquid oxygen loading has begun. So with all of those consumables being loaded onto the rocket, if we have to call a hold for any reason at this point, like potentially due to weather, we would have to stand down and target our backup launch opportunity, which is tomorrow, Friday, August 1st, at 11:43 a.m. Eastern Time. That's because we have an instantaneous launch window today. So let's take a minute to do a little orbital mechanics 101. An instantaneous launch window means that we need to launch at exactly the right time, and that's driven by our planned rendezvous point, which is the location where Dragon and Station meet in space. Right now, the International Space Station is orbiting the Earth at more than 17,000 miles per hour, and Dragon needs to catch up to it. That means we have to deliver Dragon to the correct orbit. We do that by timing its trajectory relative to the orbiting laboratory so that they're both in the same place in space at the same time. A precise liftoff time is crucial for hitting that rendezvous point. Now, again, that means that at this point, if we hear a hold called, we'll be standing down and likely targeting that backup launch opportunity tomorrow. For now, though, we're going to go ahead and hand it back to Soumya and Joseph to talk to us about West Coast recovery. Soumya?
Thanks for walking us through that, Ronnie. We are now at T-minus 31 minutes and counting, getting closer and closer to getting our Crew-11 astronauts into space. Once their mission is complete and it's time for our crew to splash down back on planet Earth, they'll be heading to one of several targeted sites supported by SpaceX. Until recently, Dragon recoveries primarily occurred off of the coast of Florida. This year, SpaceX moved Dragon recovery operations off the coast of California to allow Dragon to complete its deorbit before safely jettisoning the trunk over the Pacific Ocean. When they return, Crew 10 will be SpaceX's third crew mission to splash down in one of the new locations. From 2 was the first back in April this year, followed by Axiom 4 in July. The new splashdown locations are near LA, Oceanside, and San Diego. The recovery vessel, Shannon, will be stationed in Long Beach to support the new West Coast splashdown operations. Spreading these supported sites across multiple locations helps to maximize the return opportunities, lowering the chance we'll have to wave off due to bad weather. And when the spacecraft re-enters, those in the immediate area may hear a brief double clap of a thunder-like sound known as a sonic boom.
I can't wait to hear one myself one day, but to hear everything that's gone on and to move operations to the West Coast has been incredible to watch, both from a SpaceX standpoint and from NASA, to see the teams across the country working together, the International Space Station Commercial Crew Program. And like Nick mentioned earlier, there's an army behind every one of those movements and getting ready and preparing for these West Coast splashdowns. So it's going to be phenomenal to watch and see NASA's first crew mission return on the West Coast. Well, back to today's mission, Crew-11, as they continue to get ready to go. They're inside now half an hour until launch time. Let's take a look at more and a bit more and learn about the astronauts flying today.
I think it's really innate in our human nature to want to keep exploring and to keep pushing boundaries. Everything that we do in space is ultimately for Earth and for the human species.
We are having a lot of good experiments on orbit, making new medicines. That is actually good for everybody.
By understanding how to live and work in space like we have with the International Space Station, we can now become a multiplanetary species by having bases on the Moon and bases on Mars.
И выполнение полета в космос, на мой взгляд, важно, потому что в конечном счете необходимо человечеству будет двигаться в дальний космос для того, чтобы открывать новые миры, исследовать новые и новые горизонты.
For me, it's a really compelling goal to go farther and farther afield in space and pushing our boundaries as a human species that way, learning more about our own home planet as we try to go farther.
We've been going and living aboard the International Space Station for 25 years. We're ready to make the next steps. We're ready to go to the Moon. We're ready to go to Mars. We're ready to explore the solar system. We understand the effects of what life in space does to the human body, and we need to continue those studies. We need to continue getting ready and get ready and go to the Moon and Mars, and that's why it's important to go to space.
All right, let's head back out now to a launch viewing location where Tony's at for another interview with some special guests. Tony?
Hey, thanks, Daryl. That's right. Joining me is Dr. Stephen Platts and Dr. Lori Glaze to talk to us a little bit about the human research that's going to be on this mission. You know, Steve, can you tell us a little bit more about what human research Crew-11 will be conducting?
Sure. We're very excited for the launch. We have 10 experiments flying on Crew-11. Everything from cardiovascular systems, central nervous system, all the way to genomics, the full breadth, and addressing many very important risks for us to get to the Moon and Mars.
That's a lot. You know, speaking of the Moon and Mars, Lori, how does the human research conducted on Space Station help us for those future missions to the lunar surface and eventually Mars?
I'm so glad you asked that question. You know, a lot of times we talk about the future, you know, we're going to explore the Moon and Mars. It's here. We are actually less than a year away from our first crewed launch, where we're going to send 4 crew out and around the Moon for 10 days and bring them back. And then about a year after that, we're going to land on the Moon. And we need to be ready, right? We need to be ready for the trips to the Moon and then eventually to Mars. Our crew are going to need to be able to thrive in an environment where they're in microgravity, perhaps for as long as a year. And then we're going to need them to perform on the surface of Mars under 1/3 gravity and do their exploration activities. So we really need to understand how they're going to react and respond to that environment. And the experiments that are being done on Space Station today, it's such a unique laboratory where the kinds of things that Steve's talking about, we can study physiological responses to bones, muscles, blood flow. Mental health is an incredibly important part of this activity. And the experiments that we can do, for example, growing plants without soil, recycling water. If we have the ability to recycle water, maybe 98% of the water that the crew uses, that's less resources we need to bring along. And then sensors that can detect, for example, solar storms so that our crew can take shelter or protect themselves while they're on their journey. So again, the experiments that are being done are incredibly important to our planning, which, as I said, we're launching in less than a year. We need to be ready.
That's right. I mean, a ton of valuable research that we are gathering. You know, speaking then on, you know, the research for Crew-11, Steve, I heard, you know, there's a new experiment that's going to Space Station. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, that's called manual piloting, and what that is looking for is the ability for the crew to land a vehicle on the lunar surface. So we're looking at the sensory motor aspects, balance, cognition, some of the things that Lori was talking about, and putting them all together, and we have a simulator that actually moves in all dimensions and allows the crew to feel like they're actually landing a spacecraft. And we're doing that pre-flight. We have some devices on station where we can do in-flight measures as well as post-flight. So that will give us a great idea of what we need to do to prepare the crew to land on the lunar surface.
That's great. I mean, Lori, tell us a little bit more about those benefits of traveling then beyond low Earth orbit now.
Well, the reasons we're going to the moon and eventually the ability to establish a permanent presence on the surface of the moon, a base per se that we can go back and visit multiple times, is the science that we want to conduct on the surface of the moon.
И снова всем привет, с вами SpaceX, и мы продолжаем смотреть прямую трансляцию запуска ракеты Falcon 9 с пилотируемым космическим кораблем Crew Dragon C206.6 Endeavour на миссии Crew-11 на Международную космическую станцию. Остается 23 минуты до старта.
So we'll be able to do incredibly unique science, but we'll also be able to continue the human research aspects for longer duration stays.
SpaceX и НАСА планируют запустить 11-ю пилотируемую космическую миссию Dragon Crew-11 к Международной космической станции сегодня, 31 июля, с помощью ракеты Falcon 9 со стартовой площадки Dragon в Космическом центре имени Кеннеди во Флориде. Запуск запланирован на 16:09 по UTC через 23 минуты 8 секунд. Космический корабль Dragon C206.6 Endeavour, поддерживающий эту миссию, ранее осуществлял миссии Demo-2, Crew-2, Axiom-1, Crew-6 и Crew-8 на космическую станцию и обратно. После разделения ступеней, первая ступень Falcon 9 B1094.3 приземлится на посадочную площадку DC-1 на станции космических сил на мыс Канаверал. Во время работы экипаж проведет новые исследования, чтобы подготовить человечество к исследованию за пределами низкой околоземной орбиты и принести пользу человечеству на Земле. Экипаж миссии: командир Зена Кардман от НАСА, пилот Эдвард М. Файнкл от НАСА, специалист миссии 1 Юй Кимая от Джакса и специалист миссии 2 Олег Платонов из Роскосмоса. Это также будет финальная посадка ускорителя в посадочной зоне 1. За свою 10-летнюю историю Landing Zone 1 обеспечил выполнение множества исторических миссий, включая первую успешную посадку ракеты-носителя орбитального класса SpaceX в 2015 году и первую, а также все последующие посадки, синхронные посадки боковых ускорителей сверхтяжелой ракеты Falcon Heavy.
And back to your own land, now that the upper stage integration is complete inside the vehicle assembly building, teams with NASA's Exploration Ground Systems have been running SLS integrated testing, where they powered up both the core stage and boosters for the first time, in preparation for our 10-day journey around the moon. That's a look at your Artemis Moon Minute.
For more Artemis updates, scan the QR code on your screen right here, or visit nasa.gov/Artemis-Roman numeral 2. Nick, I know you're excited for Artemis.
Absolutely.
One of your fellow astronauts you spent a lot of time with, Christina Cook, is going up.
Yeah. The astronaut corps is small, so
Вот так у нас выглядел корабль Dragon при транспортировке в ангар LST-39, перед этим запуском. Это уже при вывозке на стартовую площадку LST-39.
It's amazing to see how interwoven what's being done with these crewed missions to the International Space Station and how they impact moving forward and the Artemis campaign. So incredible to see about how those two crews and how those two missions work together. Now, as we get back to today's launch, we're now approaching 20 minutes away.
Также вертикализация ракеты на LST-39.
So let's take a look at Falcon 9 that's on your screen now, and that is a
Еще несколько фотографий. Вот в подробности видно сам космический корабль и верхнюю часть второй ступени. А также прожиг 9 двигателей первой ступени ракеты Falcon 9. Подождите. Это не прожиг был. Короче, При попытке прожига Falcon 9 BDC-94.3 прервал тест статического огня на площадке LC-39A перед запуском 4 астронавтов на МКС сегодня. Ну, сегодня запуск, эта попытка была несколько дней назад. Вот, собственно, наш экипаж миссии. Но потом в итоге, кстати, прожиг провели успешный. Это у нас командир миссии, также пилот миссии. И двое специалистов миссии, от Джакса и от Роскосмоса.
The second stage takes over from there, powered by a single Merlin vacuum engine, also known as the MVAC. With its extended nozzle and optimized design, the MVAC drives maximum performance.
Так вот, тот тест был автоматически прерван за 59 секунд до старта из-за ошибки с указанием положения рычага телескопического подъемника. Рычаг сработал правильно, и команды анализировали данные. Falcon 9 и Dragon остались в исправном состоянии на стартовой площадке. Билл Грей... Подождите. Билл Герстермайнер из SpaceX подтвердил, что Crew-11 станет последней площадкой, то есть станет последней посадкой на площадке Landing Zone 1. LZ-1 была основной посадочной площадкой на мысе Канаверал, включая исторические полеты, такие как первая посадка первой ступени ракеты орбитального класса в 2012 году и демонстрационный полет Falcon Heavy в 2017 году, также все последующие синхронные посадки в скрите Falcon Heavy. Однако Landing Zone 2 продолжит использовать SpaceX 40, вывода этой площадки из эксплуатации не сообщалось. Here today is that weather popping up, but everything else looks strong and healthy. The Falcon 9, the capsule itself, and the crew, they're still ready to roll as we're now about 17 minutes away from the launch. Now, talking back to Falcon 9, and what remarkable happens is what happens in flight. It's the first stage, landing itself on land or on a drone ship in the middle of the ocean. Все системы в порядке и погода на 90% благодаря для сегодняшнего запуска Falcon 9 с миссией Crew-11.
To building our multi-planetary future. At the top of Falcon 9 today, the crew is sitting inside Dragon Endeavour. Dragon has played a significant role in advancing our future in space by safely transporting crew to and from the International.
Так вот, посадочная площадка Landing Zone 1 будет передана в использование компаниям Via Space и Phantom Space. За SpaceX останется Landing Zone 2. Как думаете, куда они будут теперь сажать вторую ускоритель Falcon Heavy? Ответ: вместо Landing Zone 1 и Landing Zone 2 построят новые посадочные площадки в периметрах LC-39A и SLC-40. И что ж, нельзя не упомянуть звезду. В этот раз модуль МКС «Звезда», будем надеяться, не вызовет задержку запуска, а то на нем снова обнаружилась утечка воздуха, правда небольшая. Также сегодня на МКС вместе с экипажем Crew-11 полетит пиво. Как бы это странно не было. Точнее, специальный эксперимент Microbrew-1 по изучению влияния микрогравитации на процесс ферментации пивных дрожжей. Уже после доставки на МКС в специальных колбах смешаются замороженные дрожжи в жидкости с сахаром, чтобы запустить процесс брожения. Дегустация продукта на орбите не предусмотрена, но образцы доставят на Землю для изучения. Сам эксперимент является частью по созданию долгосрочной инфраструктуры для будущей марсианской колонии. Ферментация участвует во многих процессах, так что вместо яблони увидим на Марсе пиво. Dragon, совершающий эту миссию, ранее совершил полеты Demo-2, Crew-2, Axiom-1, Crew-6 и Crew-8 космической станции. Провел почти 700 дней в космосе на сегодняшний день. The docking adapter can be swapped out for a cupola, as it was back during the Inspiration 4 mission. Another option we have is the Skywalker rover, which supports extravehicular activities for spacewalks as we did during... И у нас остается уже менее 15 минут до запуска пилотируемой миссии Crew-11 на Международную космическую станцию.
Our teams are continuing to do a series of system checks to ensure Dragon and the Falcon 9 are ready with fueling continue to get underway.
А также снова вкратце пройдемся по самому космическому кораблю и ракете. Dragon 2 это у нас класс частично многоразовых космических аппаратов, разработанных и изготовленных и эксплуатируемых американской космической компанией SpaceX для полетов Международной космической станции и частых космических миссий. Космический аппарат, состоящий из многоразовой космической капсулы и одноразового грузового модуля, имеет два варианта: четырехместный Crew Dragon и грузовой Cargo Dragon. Но про него мы говорить не будем. Он имеет стартовый вес 12,5 тонн и сухой вес 7,7 тонн. Грузоподъемность на низкую околоземную орбиту составляет 6 тонн, на Международную космическую станцию 3,3 тонны. Также может вернуть 2,5 тонны груза на Землю и 800 килограмм утилизировать вместе с грузовым отсеком при сгорании в атмосфере.
It is a fantastic milestone for Dragon, and here at SpaceX we could not be more excited. So to add a little something
Вместимость экипажа 4 члена экипажа при нормальной работе, но по факту может вмещать до 7 человек, но такого никогда не было. Имеет объем 9,3 кубических метра под давлением и 37 кубических метров без давления в грузовом отсеке. Имеет шины постоянного тока на 28 и 120 вольт и солнечную батарею мощностью от 1,5 до 2 киловатт, ну примерно. 4 литий-полимерных аккумулятора. Может летать 10 дней на низкой околоземной орбите в автономном варианте и также 210 дней пристыкованных к Международной космической станции. Сама капсула имеет высоту 4,5 метра, а вместе с грузовым отсеком весь корабль имеет длину 8,1 метр, диаметр до 4 метров. Всего было построено 7 пилотируемых кораблей, из которых эксплуатируется 5, и больше строиться не будут. То есть все следующие пилотируемые полеты будут обеспечивать 5 кораблей. Первый запуск без экипажа был 2 марта 2019 года, а пилотируемый 30 мая 2020 года. Масса топлива составляет 2562 килограмма. В качестве двигателя используется 16 двигателей Draco с тягой в 400 ньютонов каждый и удельным импульсом 300 секунд, который работает на 4 окиси азота и монометилгидрозине. Также установлено 8 двигателей супердраков в качестве системы аварийного спасения с тягой 71 килоньютон каждый и удельным импульсом 235 секунд. И временем работы до 25 секунд, для которых зарезервировано 1388 килограммов топлива.
Well, we've got a mix in the weather. There's some clouds that are building, but so far still looking good, okay, for launch. It's a watch item at the moment, and so we're keeping our eyes to the skies. Also, this is a first for our broadcast team right here. An astronaut who once sat right here.
Crew-11 способен работать автономно. SpaceX и NASA заявляют, что он способен перевозить 7 астронавтов, но в обычных условиях экипаж составляет от 2 до 4 человек. И по состоянию на сейчас никогда не перевозил более 4. Crew-11 включает в себя интегрированную систему аварийного спасения с толкающей системой, 8 двигателей супердрака, которые могут отделить капсулу от ракеты-носителя в любой момент в случае чрезвычайной ситуации. SpaceX также изначально планировала использовать двигатели супердрака для реактивной посадки на посадочную площадку, но в итоге перешла к посадке к обычному приводнению на парашютах. Двигатель супердрака может использоваться для посадки на воду в случае отказа парашютной системы. Компания SpaceX, стремящаяся к значительному снижению стоимости космических перевозок, спроектировала Dragon 2 с учетом возможности повторного использования. Он состоит из одноразовой капсулы и одноразового грузового отсека. Для максимальной экономичности и эффективности SpaceX внедрила несколько инновационных конструктивных решений в системе аварийного покидания Crew-11. Используется 8 боковых двигателей супердрака, что устраняет необходимость традиционной одноразовой спасательной башни. Более того, вместо размещения критически важных и дорогостоящих систем жизнеобеспечения, двигателей и хранения топлива в одноразовом сервисном модуле, Dragon 2 интегрирует их в капсулу для повторного использования. Грузовой отсек служит адаптером между капсулой и второй ступенью ракеты Falcon 9, а также включает в себя солнечные панели, радиаторы для отвода тепла и ребра для обеспечения аэродинамической устойчивости при срабатывании системы аварийного спасения. Dragon 2 интегрирует солнечные батареи непосредственно в структуру грузового отсека, заменяя заменяя обычные раскрывающие солнечные панели. Грузовой отсек также может вмещать негерметичные грузы. Типичная миссия Crew-11 включает 4 астронавтов. Командира, который руководит миссией, несет основную ответственность за управление космическим кораблем. Пилота, который выполняет функции резервного пилота и выполняет функции как командира, так и оператора, и 2 специалистов миссии, которые могут быть поручены особые обязанности в зависимости от миссии. Однако Crew-11 может выполнять миссии при необходимости всего с 2 астронавтами. На Земле экипаж попадает в капсулу через боковой люк. На Crew-11 над 2 центральными креслами, занимаемыми командиром и пилотом, расположена панель управления с 3 экранами. Под креслами находится грузовой поддон, где можно разместить около 230 кг грузов. В потолке капсулы находится порт международной стандартной стыковочной системы IDSS. Для частых космических миссий, не требующих стыковки с Международной космической станцией, порт IDSS может быть заменен купольным окном диаметром 1,2 метра с панорамным видом, аналогичный куполу на МКС. Кроме того, SpaceX разработала люк Skywalker для миссий, связанных с выходом в открытый космос. Космический корабль может работать в условиях полного вакуума. Экипаж будет носить скафандры, разработанные SpaceX для защиты от быстрой герметизации кабины. Космический корабль также спроектирован так, чтобы безопасно приземляться при утечке диаметром до эквивалентного отверстия в 6,35 мм. Носовой обтекатель космического корабля защищает стыковочные узлы и 4 двигателя, направленные против движения во время входа в атмосферу и подъема. Этот компонент открывается в космосе для выполнения операций, связанных с зажиганием двигателей и стыковкой с МКС. Топливо и гелий, необходимые для работы двигателей и орбитальных маневров, и система аварийного спасения хранятся в титановых сферических баках с композитно-углеродной оболочкой в основании капсулы в зоне, известной как сервисный отсек. 16 меньших двигателей Драка размещены вокруг космического корабля и управляют его положением и выполняют орбитальные маневры для системы аварийного спасения. Капсула использует 8 двигателей супердрака, расположенных в 4 кластерах по 2 двигателя. Когда капсула возвращается на Землю, тепловой экран Пика-3 защищает капсулу во время входа в атмосферу при нагревании до примерно 2000 градусов. Dragon 2 использует в общей сложности 6 парашютов, 2 тормоза и 4 основных для приводнения. Ну вот, собственно, этот корабль. Вот первый, то у нас сбоку находятся все парашюты далее. Боковой люк для доступа экипажа на Земле. Один из кластеров двигателей Драка, вот также еще кластер этих двигателей. И тут наверху находится также 4 двигателя, расположенных против движения. Один из 4 кластеров двигателей Супердрака, где расположено по 2 этих двигателя. Один из топливных баков, порт стандартной международной стыковочной системы IDSS, крышка порта, вот те самые 3 экрана панели управления, собственно, места для экипажа, грузовой поддон, система контроля окружающей среды и тепловой экран, ну и, собственно, грузовой отсек. И вот таким образом солнечные панели, считай, просто наклеены на грузовой отсек. Вот, собственно, место для командира и пилота, не знаю, какое конкретно для них, и места для обоих специалистов миссии. И также 3 места для груза, и в принципе там можно разместить также 3 места для экипажа, но в такой конфигурации корабль никогда не летал. Тест системы аварийного спасения с площадки SLC-40 6 мая 2015 года. Также в 2019 году был проведен, то есть, или в 2020, но примерно в то время, по-моему, в начале 2020 года, был проведен также тест системы аварийного спасения в самом полете. При прохождении максимального аэродинамического сопротивления были отключены все двигатели и автоматически сработала система аварийного спасения и система прекращения полета. То есть они взорвали для этого теста целую ракету Falcon 9. Вот он после приводнения, вот такой обхарирый тепловой щит, и в целом весь корабль после входа в атмосферу при температуре до 2000 градусов. Теперь вкратце еще про саму ракету Falcon 9. Falcon 9 это у нас частично многоразовая ракета орбитального класса средней и тяжелой грузоподъемности, разработанная компанией SpaceX. Первый полет состоялся 4 июня 2010 года. С того момента ракета модернизировалась до версии Block 5, первый запуск которой был произведен в 2018 году, и она является последней версией данной ракеты и летает и по сей день. Высота ракеты составляет примерно 70 метров, диаметр 3,7 метра, стартовый вес 550 тонн. На низкооколоземную орбиту может поднять 22,8 тонны в одноразовом варианте и примерно 18 тонн в многоразовом варианте при посадке на плавучую платформу. На геопереходную орбиту может поднять 8,3 тонны в одноразовом варианте, 5,5 тонн в многоразовом варианте при посадке на плавучую платформу в океане, либо же 3,5 тонны при возвращении на посадочную площадку на суше. В сторону Марса может отправить 4 тонны груза в одноразовом варианте. Запускается с площадок SLC-40 на мысе Канаверал и LC-39А в Космическом центре Кеннеди во Флориде, а также в Калифорнии с космодрома Вандербилт с площадки SLC-4E. Первая ступень имеет выступ примерно 42 метра, диаметр 3,7 метра. Там установится 9 двигателей Marine 1D с тягой до 7,6 меганьютонов на уровне моря и примерно 8,2 меганьютон в вакууме. Неудельный импульс на уровне моря 282 секунды и в вакууме 311 секунд, который работает на жидком керосине и жидком кислороде. Далее идет вторая ступень, высотой примерно 15 метров, диаметром также 3,7 метра. Там установится один двигатель Marine 1D, оптимизирован для работы в вакууме с тягой 934 кН в обычном варианте и 840 кН с укороченным соплом. И удельным импульсом в вакууме 348 секунд в обычном варианте, но с укороченным соплом там на несколько десятков секунд меньше. И в целом это все. Falcon 9 также является на данный момент самой часто запускаемой и также самой безопасной ракетой в мире. За 15 лет она совершила 511 запусков, из которых 507 были полностью успешными и всего 3 неудачных и 1 частично неудачный, что дает безопасность на уровне 99,3%. Последние 156 запусков были полностью успешными. From the launch of NASA SpaceX's Crew-11.
On countdown net, hold. We are standing down for a violation of weather rules. I'll try to take it to the board.
Все, это... Сказать, что я в ахере, это ничего не сказать. 99%, кстати, у нас было по погоде. Go for launch. Охереть мне. Это пипец. И перенос, блин. Ну, а из-за того, собственно, то, что запуск у нас на Международную космическую станцию, там стартовое окно мгновенное. И следующая попытка у нас аж завтра через сутки. Ну тогда давайте пройдемся по следующим запускам и событиям, что у нас будут. Вероятно, запуск перенесут на сутки, примерно на завтра, на 1 августа, примерно в это же время. Там может чуть раньше, может чуть позже, на несколько десятков минут. Также стыковка, понятное дело, которая планировалась до 2 августа в 7:12 по UTC, будет непонятно, когда там разница может быть очень большая, более чем 24 часа по времени стыковки. Но вот и запусков. Сегодня на 31 июля в 18:35 по UTC со стартовым окном до 19:39 по UTC запланирован запуск ракеты Falcon 9 с миссией страны групп 13-4. На 2 августа в час 45 ночи по UTC со стартовым окном до 7 утра по UTC запланирован суборбитальный запуск ракеты Электрон с миссией Джейк-4. 3 августа запланирован запуск пилотируемого космического корабля New Shepard на ракете New Shepard с миссией NS-34 в 12:30 со стартовым окном до 19:30 по UTC. Также на 4 августа запланирован запуск ракеты Falcon 9 с миссией страны групп 10:30 в стартовое окно с 4:11 по 8:11 по UTC. Далее, 4 августа запланирован запуск ракеты Long March 12 с миссией Satnet Rio в 10:20 по UTC со стартовым окном до 10:42 по UTC. На 5 августа запланирован запуск ракеты Falcon 9 с миссией Starlink Group 11:25 со стартовым окном от 20:00 по 00:00 по UTC. На 7 августа запланирован запуск ракеты Falcon 9 с миссией Project Kuiper KF-02 в стартовое окно с 14:01 по 14:28 по UTC. Из очень интересного, на 9 августа запланирован третий запуск ракеты Vulcan версии VC-4S с миссию SSF-106, NTC-3 и другие. В стартовое окно от 00:15 по UTC по 2:20 по UTC. Затем 10 августа запланирован запуск Falcon 9 Starlink Group 17-4. Стартовое окно с 2:05 ночи по 6:05 утра по UTC. И дальше также из интересного, на 13 августа запланирован третий запуск, третий запуск ракеты Ariane 5 Ariane 6 версии 62 с миссией METOP CG A1 в 00:37 по UTC. Нарушение правил погоды. Это я в ахере, блин. А 90% было go for launch по погоде.
Yep, then you see the clock stop. Yes. And you know what's happened. So it's disappointing.
А также, короче, по Старшипу, что на сегодня у нас запланировано, возможно, прожиг корабля Starship Ship 37 на орбитальном стартовом столе. Окно для прожига продлится до 12 ночи по UTC. Также есть перекрытие дороги на завтра, на 1 августа, в окно с 12 дня по 12 ночи по UTC. Ну и сейчас у нас, собственно, будут сливать топливо, подводить обратно рукав пащи обслуживания и забирать оттуда экипаж миссии. Ну, там особо ничего интересного комментировать нечего будет, поэтому я просто оставлю вас вот здесь.
Tracking copies. We're looking at about 50 minutes for prop offload, so 1700 UTC for the rest of 5.100 and seat rotation.
Good readback.
And so what does that, real quick, what does that mean, Nick? They are going to rotate the seats?
Right now you're looking at a fully fueled rocket with an armed launch escape system. And so the crew is in the same posture that they were in the 45 minutes leading up to launch. They've got to be in that posture until they can offload all that propellant, which takes about the exact same amount of time to offload as it took to put on, as well as disarm that launch escape system. And so this is a very active rocket right now, and they, that launch escape system, if something went wrong, even now it's still protecting them.
It's a great note there. That this is very much a dynamic situation.
Rocket right now, and they, that launch escape system, if something went wrong, even now it's still protecting them.
It's a great note there. That this is very much a dynamic situation, even now, with a scrub called. The teams have to work through their procedures to safe the launch pad, the rocket, and the capsule from being just minutes from launch. And we were in that posture, ready for launch, and now we have to undo that, right?
Yeah,
very carefully.
You got to back out of all of that, and then once the rocket is defueled, we've got all the fuel out of there, we can disarm the launch escape system. You still need the pad team to be able to come and get out there to get into the white room and help open up that side hatch and get the crew out. And so the scrub process is not a quick one.
Just to finish a thought that I had said, and I think this view on the left basically shows you what the issue is. That's rain on the right half of the screen there. That's a rain cloud with rain coming down. And on the left hand, we were dealing with sun poking through the clouds on our side. We could literally see the clouds kind of going over top of our heads, getting close to the pad. And the standoff area is 10-mile radius around the pad for these dark clouds and cumulus clouds. And that is a safety factor. We'll talk a little bit about that. That is because you don't want to send a rocket through a tall cloud like that could generate some energy from the rocket passing through it.
Yeah, just the same as if you're on a commercial airline flight, you don't necessarily want your pilot to take you through a severe thunderstorm. We don't want to do that with a rocket.
And so we are erring on the side of safety in this situation. But as Nick pointed out, the rocket that you are looking at is a fully fueled, ready to launch Falcon 9. As we now see, they are starting to allow some of the liquid oxygen to vent off as they begin detanking the rocket from its super chilled liquid oxygen and its RP-1, which is the kerosene-based propellant.
Dragon SpaceX propellant offload update, estimating about 45 more minutes for propellant offload.
Dragon copies. Additional 4 or 5 minutes for prop offload.
Now, as you recall your procedures for the crew, getting out of the capsule and getting back into their vehicles and going back, take me through the timeline of the scrub procedure.
Yeah, it's a fairly straightforward procedure. You're running the launch procedure in reverse, essentially, and so they're strapped in. The seats are rotated up in a launch configuration. As soon as they detank, they're going to disarm the launch escape system. So you're looking at it's 45 minutes to get rid of the liquid oxygen and RP-1. Once that's off, then they'll be able to disarm the launch escape system, rotate the seats down. At that point, the arm will come over and the ground team, the pad team, will be able to come up there. They'll open the side hatch and then help them get out of the capsule just like they helped them get into the capsule. So you're looking on the order of, an hour, a little bit longer.
And you want that rocket fully detanked?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You've got cryogenic propellants, oxidizers
moving flowing.
And you want to make sure that that's all secure before you put people around it. That's the way the system is designed. It's different on other launch vehicles. Other launch vehicles, the Soyuz I launched on was fueled when we showed up to it. But while you're moving the fuel on and off, you minimize the number of people that are around.
That's exactly right. And the SLS rocket is similar in that it gets fully fueled and tanked, and then they bring the astronauts on board. SpaceX does it so they can do that tanking as the very last part of the mission timeline. And this also allows for a quick tanking, relatively speaking, for a rocket. And then allows you to detank it. But they're using super densified liquid oxygen as well. So you mentioned it. High energy systems are engaged here, and so we are now unwinding that as we proceed through the scrub procedure. If you're just joining us, we scrubbed this launch at T-minus 1 minute and 7 seconds until liftoff. We had a healthy rocket, a healthy spacecraft, we had a clear range, and we just had weather in the area, a cumulus cloud that just clipped the radius nearby within the launch area, the 10-mile radius. It got into that standoff area, and that is what caused the scrub for the day, because that is a safety measure to keep the crew that you see on the right side of your screen safe from any potential hazards that could develop as a result of the weather. This view gives you a clear look at exactly where the clouds ended up now just about 10 minutes after when we were supposed to lift off, right over top of us. They were certainly in the area. We heard the lightning warning go off. And so we knew when we were standing out there watching this launch that that was a bad sign. But it's interesting. I've seen it go both ways, right? Where we get a launch forecast that is 85% no-go. But you find a hole in the clouds that's just 10 miles in radius, and it's all around the launch pad, and you can launch. This is the opposite of that. We had 90% go with only a 10% chance, but this is Florida in July. These things can pop up literally just from, the daily sea breeze collision that we have over land.
Yeah, weather is dynamic, and we throw a lot of technology at it, we throw a lot of science at it, and it still baffles us sometimes. So the mental shift that you make when this happens, you've got to attempt to not make the mental shift immediately, because it is it is a live launch escape system that you're in, but inevitably there's so once we get out of here, what's the next step? When is our next opportunity going to be? They've already been looking at weather predictions for days out, so they understand what the impacts to the phasing and the mission profile might be, the potential for bad weather in the upcoming days. And so they're already starting to think about, so what's the next opportunity? And then having to get into the psyche of, let's do this again, and it is to the T, to the minute, do it again. So it's very much a Groundhog Day.
All of it, every single minute of roughly what do we 6-hour countdown where it begins for the astronauts.
Mm-hmm.
And you mentioned the backup days. Joseph mentioned those before. He tossed over to us, but it's worth mentioning again. Our backup opportunities are tomorrow, Friday, with a T0 at 11:43 a.m. Eastern Time. Our coverage would begin at 7:30 a.m. on NASA Plus. The weather for tomorrow is just a little bit better than it was today. But what does that tell you, right? We scrubbed today. It's 85% go. The concern is the same because the same pattern could develop. It's cumulus clouds building up and around the pad. But I will add this. We have moved a little earlier in the day. So the later that sea breeze develops, the better opportunity we'll have for getting some clear weather. If we can't do it tomorrow, then our next opportunity would be Saturday, August 2nd. We'd still have an 85% go for Saturday. Same concern with cumulus clouds here at the launch pad. In both of those cases, well, let me talk about the backup number 2. The T0 for that day would be 11:21 a.m. for a launch, and that would be an instantaneous window. And you can see the pattern. We move about 22 minutes early every single day that we delay from this particular T0 today. And of course, that's orbital mechanics. We've got time. You want to explain that one?
Yeah, sure. So the international. Oh, yeah. No, you got to wait for the plane of the orbit of the station to cross overhead, and it just works out each day that it's a little bit earlier. Unfortunately, if it had come overhead a couple minutes earlier today, they would have been able to launch. The weather would have been clear.
I just mentioned the backup opportunities. One thing about both of these next launch opportunities, unfortunately, we're going to really have our eyes set on the ascent corridor, because now there is a trough that is approaching a line of storms coming across the eastern part of the U.S., and it is going to make its way out into the ocean, and so that could disturb the weather along the ascent corridor, which is an area where if Dragon were to suffer some kind of anomaly, something that wasn't expected and needed to come off the top of the rocket, it would splash down along the ascent corridor. There's concern about the sea states, right? How much it's sloshing around is going to be out there in the ocean. You need good conditions, a baseline of conditions, in order to pull astronauts out of a floating capsule with a helicopter and a boat.
Yeah, it just shows the complexity, the scale of the problem that you're dealing with. It's not a forecast at a particular point, on the surface of the Earth, at the launch pad. It's, if you imagine this 3D trajectory of the rocket's path going up to orbit, you've got to clear all of that for weather, but not just clouds and rain and severe thunderstorms, but like wind shear and drastic changes in the wind direction can create problems for the rocket. And then, in case there was a need to return them early or to abort, you also have to clear the weather on the surface along that path as well. It's just an immense amount of respect for the teams, both at SpaceX and also at the Space Launch Delta 45 over on the Space Force side, the weather shop there, in trying to put their arms around all of this. Like I said, weather is really complex, and they do a fantastic job. But if we got a chance, 90% chance, you take it all the way to the end and see what Mother Nature gives you.
And I'm sure, as an astronaut, when it's your arse in the seat, you want that level of awareness, that level of scrutiny given to the weather throughout the trajectory, throughout the launch area and the launch period?
Oh yeah, you know, the immense respect for them, knowing that their job is watching my back. And
Dragon SpaceX propellant offload update, estimating 37 more minutes for propellant offload.
Dragon copy. 37 more minutes.
The clock ticks slowly.
Hope you got 37 minutes worth of stories, Nick.
But I, you know, like I was saying, it just takes so much to do that when you're sitting in that seat there, if you get the call for a scrub, there's no question. It's, you guys are the experts. This is the safest thing for us to do right now, and you're all in. You're not second guessing.
But you also have that moment, and like when we were standing out there, you're like, oh.
There's the disappointment. There's the knowing you're going to have to go through this all again. The disappointment not just for the crews, but you know the team that's in quarantine with the crew has got Groundhog Day again. The families, the litany of goodbyes that you'll say again. There's a psychological, emotional toll of going through all of that again, and that's why. You know, earlier on in the broadcast, I mentioned the psych support team that NASA has in place that's there to provide support to the crew members, to the family, is just so important. Even when something like this, you know, relatively minor, not stressful something happens, there's still an emotional toll, and they're there to support everybody through it. And that's just because NASA recognizes the importance of that kind of support. And so I can't say enough about what they do.
So critical. If you are just joining us, you are watching live coverage of the launch broadcast for NASA and SpaceX's Crew-11. Today we scrubbed the launch attempt due to weather in the area. We had cumulus clouds building up within the standoff zone for weather like that. And as you can see from this shot right here, the weather finally made it right over the pad. And so now, while we have a fueled rocket on the pad and we're looking and in fact detanking at this moment to bring the dynamic nature of the situation out there at the pad down to basically ground zero, reset everything, detank the propellants, offload them, pull the astronauts off and get them back to crew quarters. We look ahead to our next attempt, which is tomorrow, Friday, August 1st at 11:43 a.m. Eastern Time. Our coverage would begin at 7:30 a.m. for what we will now affectionately call Launch Groundhog Day. And you can see there the start time is 7:35 a.m. So it's that'll save you 5 minutes if you want to join us right at that moment. We'd love to see you again.
Yeah.
Nick, we'd love to see you as well.
Absolutely. So, you know, the thing that doesn't diminish is the energy, the excitement, the anticipation. You know, they're going to turn right around and it'll be there again tomorrow because that's launch day. And that's, you know, you got a crew there, a bunch of professional space flyers, and that's how they approach the job, just like everybody in the profession. Today's launch day, get up for it, and that's what you work for, and all of that passion will be there again tomorrow.
All right, let's toss it back out to our colleagues at SpaceX in California.
Thanks so much, Daryl. So couldn't agree with you both more. What we're doing here is trying to make sure that we are effectively doing the launch procedures in reverse. Right now we're detanking Falcon 9, so we're taking about 1 million pounds of RP-1 and liquid oxygen off the vehicle so that our crew can safely exit the spacecraft. On Monday, our crew actually worked through a dry dress rehearsal. So they went through a lot of the procedures that they did today exactly as they did them today in preparation for launch. Now that we've called that hold due to weather, we're standing down for tomorrow. We're actually just following through with the rest of the dry dress rehearsal procedures. The crew is going to exit or egress the spacecraft, and then, as we were just discussing, go back into that quarantine process. Meanwhile, our teams on the ground are going to go ahead and keep an eye on the health of the vehicle and our crew, of course, but also continue those vehicle side checkouts to make sure that we are ready for that next launch opportunity tomorrow at 11:43 a.m. Eastern. We've got about 30 minutes, a little bit more, waiting on that detanking. And obviously, you've got a view of Crew-11 there on the left-hand side of your screen, and down in the corner, you can see that Dragon spacecraft sitting on top of the rocket, still at LC 39A at Space Force Base in Florida. We're, of course, going to keep following the crew, keep a close eye on them as they follow through these egress procedures, and then make their way back to the crew quarters to maintain that quarantine environment that they've been in now in the lead up to launch for several days. Anytime we have crew on board the vehicle, safety is the most important thing. So while our teams continue through this detanking process, we are also going to continue our coverage and stay with our crew until we know that they have safely departed our launch pad. Of course, one of the other things we'll be keeping an eye on tomorrow is to understand how these weather systems evolve. Anyone who has ever joined us for a launch from Florida or followed along with our coverage of previous missions knows that weather, especially on the Space Coast, can evolve pretty rapidly. So as we're keeping an eye on everything for the next 24 hours or so in the lead up for launch tomorrow, we'll be watching the same things that we were looking at today. We're not just looking at weather at the launch pad either. We're also tracking the entire ascent corridor and the splashdown locations. In the very unlikely event that for some reason we had to abort our crew in flight, wherever Dragon exits the flight path to with our crew safely inside also needs to be a safe zone for recovery. So especially for these astronaut missions, it's really important that we have good weather kind of around the planet because we are moving so quickly.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Ronnie, as we continue to follow along with today's coverage of NASA SpaceX Crew-11 today and back here in Hawthorne. And you mentioned something that was the biggest key, whether it's prop loading or offloading, the procedures that were needed and required to do so, whether it was the static fire or preparing for actual launch day today, and that is safety. And that goes back to what everybody has been talking about throughout the mission, throughout the broadcast today, but even going into the pre-launch press conference yesterday with all the program managers, representatives from NASA headquarters, the International Space Station Commercial Crew Program, SpaceX, Roscosmos, and JAXA. That was the biggest key for them, is that we will fly when we are ready to fly, whether it's hardware or the weather that surrounds the crew itself. And that is unfortunately what has occurred today with that violation coming in. And to recap, that violation and that hold was called right up at the T-1 minute mark to launch. And there you can see a great view of the Dragon SpaceX spacecraft that is sitting up on top there with Crew-11 still inside. And Ronnie, you mentioned that we still have about half an hour or so for that detanking of the Falcon 9 rocket. There you can see the crew just taking it easy, relaxing. They're just kind of waiting their turn, waiting their time is again to safely prep the rocket. You'll see the crew access arm when the time comes, come back into view and connect itself to the spacecraft as well. And then the crew will exit egress and then ultimately make their way back to crew quarters. And that's where we're going to stay with you this entire time and make sure that we have all the visuals to make sure that Crew-11 is safe and sound back in crew quarters. And again, we'll prepare for a launch attempt, which will again be tomorrow. And that's something that the programs talked about yesterday as well, is that unfortunately today did not work out, but we have opportunities, whether they need tomorrow, the 2nd, the 3rd, a stand down day for the 4th, and then beyond. So there's opportunities aplenty. And as Steve Stitch, the program manager for the Commercial Crew program, mentioned, that it's a good window of chance for this crew to make its way up to the International Space Station and so forth. So that's going to be the big one there. And we take a look at what's to come for NASA's SpaceX Crew-11. As mentioned, that the next launch opportunity will be at 11:43 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow, as we take a look at the launch coverage for NASA Plus. That'll start around 7:35 a.m. Eastern time, and we'll get to hear from Daryl, Nick, and the team as we go through these same procedures and get ready for the next launch attempt. But unfortunately, again, today, due to weather and that cumulus cloud rule that came in right at the T-minus 1 minute mark, right up into the very last moments of the countdown, that hold was called that we heard over the communications loops from the teams here in SpaceX, as well as the NASA teams monitoring closely, standing by as well. And you can see that those clouds are rolling on in over top of the rocket, the spacecraft, and the launch pad itself. So tried to get ahead of it, but unfortunately with the case, we'll try again tomorrow. But so far, everything in terms of the detanking and updates provided regularly with everyone on the loops, the crew being informed, the teams on the ground informed, and communication continuing to roll out as we follow along with the detanking of today's launch attempt for NASA's SpaceX Crew-11. And those on board, which are Commander Zena Cardman and pilot Mike Fink, those two of NASA, Kimi Yui of JAXA, and Ollie Platonov.
SpaceX propellant offload update, estimating 25 more minutes for propellant offload.
Dragon copy. 25 minutes for prop offload.
And a great update there that there's still about 25 more minutes left in that detanking of the Falcon 9 before that crew access arm and the procedures to take the crew and egress them out of the Dragon spacecraft can begin. But again, that Crew-11 team, there you can see them sitting comfortably in their chairs, just waiting their time and being patient with the process. Is everything working to maximize the safety of the crew, safety of the vehicle, and the area surrounding the launch pad itself. So unfortunately, again, scrubbing today's launch attempt due to weather, but our next attempt will be coming tomorrow morning at 11:43 a.m. Eastern time, and we look forward to seeing the crew work back to their launch procedures, the teams on the ground. And like Nick mentioned earlier, Daryl and Nick over on the Space Coast, that spaceflight is the ultimate team sport, and you need a lot of teammates to make things like spaceflight and launches happen. And that's what's being enacted right now, unfortunately, due to weather and a scrub. But that put into play with all the procedures needed and necessary. So that is where we are currently standing. So a little insight, 25 minutes of the detanking in the Falcon 9 rocket, and we'll continue to follow along through the egress procedures as Crew-11 will then begin to make their way back to crew quarters.
We are...
So, of course, we are disappointed in that weather scrub today. But in a lot of ways, this is actually a really interesting testament to that huge team working together, like you just mentioned. We have, of course, Crew-11 safely on board Dragon and Falcon 9 right now. It's important to note that we had no issues impeding today's launch from either Falcon 9 or the Dragon spacecraft, or any of the ground systems supporting this vehicle. There are a lot of different engineering teams at play here. We obviously have everyone supporting the crew, the ground side teams. All of that was working as expected. Ultimately, the safest way to launch a rocket safely is to have done it before. So the fact that we're able to step through these procedures, we have these critical flight rules about saying when do we know this vehicle is going to be safe to operate, is a really important part of making sure that we execute every mission safely. So even though it is a bummer that we aren't able to go through at launch today, it is a really good sign that we saw no vehicle side issues, everyone working together. And calling it off when that was the right thing to do. So with that, while we continue to monitor this, like we mentioned, we are going to keep our coverage going all the way through until Crew-11 egresses the spacecraft and then exits the pad. But I'll toss it back over to Daryl and Nick for a little while.
All right, thank you very much, Ronnie. Back here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. And a look out from the press site. When you look out east, looks like a beautiful day. Sure does. And it was. But over top of the land, we had those cumulus clouds bubble up, and they created some storm clouds that got just a little too close to the rocket. So the launch was scrubbed at T-minus 1 minute and 7 seconds. So close, but just not going to take the chance with that kind of weather in the area. Even the local warning system, paging system, let us know that there was a potential for lightning in the area, even as we were at the T-minus 2 mark. So, yes, while everything looks good out over the Atlantic, we continue to have our journey through a hot Florida summer day. We were scheduled for launch at 12:09 p.m. Eastern Time. We had documented the crew getting ready for launch, starting around T-minus 4 hours and 10 minutes. And we walked that journey from suit up to drive out. We saw the crew ascend the launch tower there, get up to the top of the launch tower, get into their spacecraft, and prepare for launch. And all the systems, the high energy systems that came online, methodically going through the launch operations until we reached T-minus 1 minute and 7 seconds, and then we got the call for the scrub. Launch weather officer David Tager kept the launch team informed of the developing situation and let them know that the sea breezes could be forming this mix of cumulus clouds that we see in and around the area. And so now we have a dynamic situation on the pad, and the reason that we are still here is because we still have astronauts inside that capsule right there. 4 crew members, Zena Cardman, pilot Mike Fink, Kimia Yui, and Oleg Platonov, who appears to be taking a nap. I would. I mean, at this point, what else are you going to do?
You got to wait for them to detank, and so that takes a little bit. It's actually fun. Some of the shot of the rocket that you see, the side view, it's almost like a fuel gauge because you can see where the frost is melted off of the side of the rocket and determine how much of the fuel is left in that first stage.
Yeah, that's a great shot. If we can take that wide shot there, that it almost serves as kind of a detanking gauge to see where the frost line is.
There you go. We're about halfway.
Yep, they're about halfway. Yeah, and it's going down. And they recapture that LOX and that fuel, of course, for the next attempt. You lose a bit of LOX because, after all, that stuff boils off.
Yeah, and that's why they wait to load it until so late,
right?
Because it's so cold. It starts to warm and expand and boil off, and you don't want to waste it.
So the question now becomes, or the question that I will ask now is, what do the astronauts do after they get out of their capsule and go back to the astronaut crew quarters? This kind of served like a dress rehearsal. They have now had 2 of them, which is good practice for an operation like this. But you don't need to practice anymore. So what do you do?
Yeah, so you're gonna get out of the capsule. Everything runs in reverse all the way back to the ONC building to crew quarters. You're gonna get out of your suits. The suit techs, you're going to get those all cleaned up so that you're ready to try again tomorrow. And then I guarantee you that all 4 of them, the first thing on their mind is, okay, so when are we having the meeting to talk about, is tomorrow a viable launch opportunity? Is the weather good? Are the systems good? Is the phasing work so that we can get to where we need to be? Is that good? And then get the thumbs up to press for tomorrow. Or if things aren't lining up right, then when is the next opportunity after that? And, of course, they're going to be checking in with family. I imagine they're probably going to be checking in with family on the ride back to ONC.
Absolutely. And have also heard, and I have seen crews do in the past, check out what's the schedule at the beach house. Because, it might be an opportunity to go out there and kind of take the stress of the day and the scrub off. For just a few hours?
If you're trying again tomorrow, then there's probably
not enough time.
You may want to try to tag up with family again. And if you're going to scrub and it's going to be a few days, then you can, hey, let's just have a quiet evening and step away from the crew quarters, go out to the beach house, put your feet in the ocean.
So too quick of a turnaround.
Yeah,
in this case.
It can be. It can be.
So in that case, maybe, since there's 4 of them, they, just have a little bit of a pickleball match, kind of let off some steam, and then get back to quarantine.
No, maybe not any athletic events. We don't want to risk any late injuries prior to launch.
I hear that, it's a pretty somewhat safe sport, but you're right. It is a sport at the end of the day. Jessica Meir and Christina Cook, they played pickleball.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I have not got into that yet.
Your fellow astronauts. Yeah.
I'll have to pick their brains on the finer nuances of pickleball rules, because something about there's a kitchen involved, and there's
lots of rules.
There's lots of rules.
Well, we have a crew that plays here, Nick, and in fact, after our launch broadcast here, we're going to be going out. So if you want to learn,
you're
welcome to join us.
Thank you for the invite.
In the 90-degree heat.
Still a beautiful rocket.
It is indeed, and it's going to stay there overnight. It can rain on the rocket. That's not a problem. We can have storms in the area. That's not a problem. After we detank it, of course. While we're sitting here and we've got folks watching, why don't we take some social questions?
Sounds great.
All right, let's do it. If you're just joining us, we scrubbed our launch earlier today at 12:08 p.m. Eastern Time, T-minus 1 minute and 7 seconds. Our question comes from Hey Aviate. I want to be an astronaut. Any advice that will be really helpful apart from the usual requirements? I'm going to assume the usual requirements would be a STEM background, right?
Mm-hmm.
Science, technology, engineering, or mathematics. But what gives people an edge these days? Because it's so competitive, Nick. Let's be honest.
It is.
It's highly competitive. How many people in the astronaut corps?
Less than 50.
Right.
Yeah. In each class, there's maybe 10,000 applications for a dozen spots.
10,000 applications.
So it is very difficult. The minimum requirement is you need a STEM master's degree. And so you've got to get that foundational educational baseline.
Yeah.
So there's lots of things that you wouldn't necessarily think about that get evaluated. For example, we're watching Crew-11 here. They've been strapped into these seats for about 3 hours now. They've got another 30 minutes or so. And so patience and the ability to have enough personal discipline to be able to sit still and wait for long periods of time. It's some of those soft skills, the interpersonal skills, how you manage yourself, how you manage your interactions with the people on your team, that are really important when we bring people in for interviews and we look how they interact, because you're going to be in tight, confined places with your crewmates, and it's going to be stressful situations, and how do you manage that stress, and so those are things that are tough to put on a resume, but they really come out when you start to evaluate candidates that come down and interview for the job.
That's so key, and that's something I've observed with many of the astronauts who I've had the honor and the privilege to do launch broadcasts with. As we look at a screen that can show us, if you look closely, Nick, you can see the rain coming down now out there at the launch pad.
Oh yeah, you can.
So it did finally rain on the rocket. This is a sun shower though at the moment, because the sun is shining on that rocket at the same time. It got a little rain coming down. But to the point that you were talking about, those soft skills, it's after having done a number of launch broadcasts with astronauts, it's like almost every single one of them easy to get along with. super smart, adapts to situations real quickly. I see these common characteristics in everybody. I say almost all because, well, you know.
Some people you have to put up with. I apologize.
You know, the jury is out. The jury's still out on this one. No, I tease greatly. This has been nothing but a pleasure since Nick walked in the door yesterday and we did our launch broadcast debrief. It's really great having you. It really, truly is.
You know, so the advice I would give somebody is, how do you develop that? Because you can develop those soft skills. And it's trying to step out of your comfort zone. And you know, you become more adaptable if you've been in different situations, and try to figure out how to expand your comfort zone, and then trying to just be a great teammate. You don't always have to be the leader, you don't always have to be the follower, but what does my team need me to do? And you know, those simple things, if you focus on that over years, and it takes decades to grow into the people we select, you can get to where you need to be.
If you're seeking fame and glory, if that's the reason that it sparks you.
Wrong profession.
Wrong profession. That's right.
I think I said it earlier. It's not about this sport is not about individuals.
That's right.
It's team. And
that was never better exemplified recently in our commercial crew, and this is just an example that we're aware of, but Zena Cardman, the commander who's aboard the rocket and spacecraft today, her standing down and supporting you and your team when you launched after she got pulled off that mission. Another question in from Aqua. What does it feel like when the rocket is launched? We talked a little bit about this earlier in the broadcast, but this is, like, talk me through, like, real, like, give me some sensory detail here.
Yeah, sure.
What are the feels?
Yeah. Before I do that, I want to double down on your last comment and just say, you know, so we put the spotlight on Zena because she's the one strapped into a rocket today. You know, Stephanie Wilson did the exact same thing, and I'm equally excited to see her strap into a rocket and get her flight. They are the epitome of the professionalism that the astronaut corps strives to be.
100%.
Yeah. So what's it feel like to so as you're walking to, we'll just take it, you push space on the elevator.
Going from the very beginning.
Absolutely. You ride the elevator up, and it's actually, the elevator goes fast enough that your ears pop, because you're going up a lot of floors of stairs, so you'll feel the pressure change in your ears, just like if you were in a big skyscraper and, you know, going from the bottom to the top. Huh. And then you step out of the elevator, and then, you know, it's just this, for me, it was this gentle breeze coming off the ocean, because you're so high up, you just get this nice cool breeze, and it's just green as you look out, green, and then the blue of the ocean, and then, you know, it's this metallic structure that's there, and, you know, so the launch tower doesn't really sway or anything, it's so beefy, you can see it there in the photo. And then you get into the gantry arm and you start walking out to the capsule, and then you know, you're surrounded by this, you know, this visual of this tube leading you to where you want to go, and so then that's where, like, emotion starts to color how you're seeing everything, and the white room is chilled down, it's cool, so that the vehicle's cool, and you climb in, and as soon as you cross that threshold of the side hatch, it feels, you know, before it was like you've done it once, maybe twice, and it's unfamiliar, but it's still, you know, sensory overload to some degree. As soon as you get inside the capsule, you've trained for so long, it feels like home. You know, it's like you've spent, everything's exactly where it should be, and you feel comfortable, and so then, you know, the side hatch closes, and then at prop loading, that's really where, like I mentioned before, the rocket comes to life. The pumps start spinning up, you can hear the fuel flowing, you feel the vibrations, you get venting that's happening, and and that's why when you feel like, so I'm on a thing. I'm not on a machine. I'm on this thing that's got a personality, that's got this life inside of it. And then at the moment of liftoff, there's just, the engines light up and you get this subtle vibration and you feel the pressure of your body being pushed into your seat. Just, your back is being pushed in, and it's that all the the millions of pounds of thrust that are happening, and it's just squeezing you in that seat, and it's just continuing to push you in that seat as you kind of creep off it's smooth. And so if you've been in an electric car and somebody just kind of slowly presses the accelerator and then just keeps mashing it until it's all the way down, eventually you're pressed into your seat and you're accelerating, and it's like that, but you don't stop for 9 minutes, and you go
the
from
feeling of acceleration goes that long.
You've got staging in the middle, so it starts at 1G, and then you build up to 4.5, and then it drops off during staging to nothing for a few seconds, and then it starts back up again and builds up, and then it stops and you're in space. And so those 9 minutes are just this amazing roller coaster ride that is like super smooth, with a little bit of vibration, and the whole time you've got these windows that you can look outside and watch it all happen as the Earth kind of disappears down below. And it's just phenomenal. I wish everybody could do it.
No doubt. I wish I could do it. That is, what a great explanation of what you experience from beginning to end. If you're just joining us, we are live with launch coverage of NASA and SpaceX's Crew-11. The launch to the International Space Station scrubbed for the day. You see the weather in the area caused a scrub at T-minus 1 minute and 7 seconds, just at 12:08 p.m. Eastern Time. The crew is inside the capsule at the top. They are safe. They are waiting for the completion of detanking the rocket of its highly energetic propellants, which we are currently doing now. Just should be just another 15 minutes or so. Our next attempt for today's launch, provided that after they review the data from today's scrub, should all that look good and check out, the next opportunity to launch is August 1st at 11:43 a.m. Eastern Time. Weather for tomorrow is 85% go. The only area that is a watch item, that is a significant watch item, is the weather that's going to be disturbed along the eastern seaboard after we get a trough of disturbances make their way into the eastern Atlantic. Going back to your description about launching, what are the emotions, right? So when you first launch, I'm imagining when it lights and that first thrust off the pad, like the anxiety, a little fear. What are you feeling?
You feel, for me, it's the swirl of emotions up to that point. I've got a swirl of emotions leading up to it, where there's this desire to be perfect, right? I don't want to make a mistake. I don't want to let down the people that spent the better part of a couple years training me to be perfect in the moment. So you don't want to make mistakes. There's this anticipation of the unknown, especially on your first launch when you don't know what to really expect. But even on subsequent launches, it's the unknown of what could happen. just that heightened sense of vigilance that you need in order to, be able to react in the moment appropriately. There's the joy of, like, I'm getting to do this thing that I love to do and I've wanted to do, and now's this moment. So there's just intense excitement and joy.
Yeah.
There's a tinge of sadness because everybody you love is down on the ground and you just said goodbye, and you're not going to see them for a long period of time, and so it's this blender of emotions. But as the clock ticks closer to T-0, the focus starts to narrow in, and it becomes, okay, now I'm in operator mode. Let's execute. We got a mission to do. And so at the moment you lift off, you've got a radio call, and you've got radio calls you need to make all the way up just to, to confirm what launch abort phase that you're in. And all of that, and so you're trying to absorb and monitor everything that's going on, and listen to and see what the vehicle is telling you.
And you have to put that swirl of emotions off to the side, and do a job in that extremely exciting moment.
And that's one of the, that's a skill you have to have in the job, because it's not just launch that happens. It happens all the time, and so we train to be able to stay focused on the task at hand, but then also recognize that you can't just bottle that stuff up. So you got to process it at some point, and so finding the right ways to process that and the right moments to process that.
Fascinating to listen to everything that goes in to a launch day, to the launch moment, the emotions, the feelings, and the preparation, the skills required to get through it. Thank you so much for sharing that with us, Nick. Let's toss it out to SpaceX in California for our continued documentation and coverage of today's scrubbed launch attempt.
Thank you, Daryl. Thank you, Nick, and for all that insight, especially with the process as intricate as this one, with the detanking continuing for Falcon 9, as again today's launch attempt for Falcon 9 or for Crew-11, NASA SpaceX Crew-11.
Tracking copies. Go to disarm LAS per section 2 of 5.100.
And that was some great call-outs right there from up in the crew capsule, the spacecraft, is Crew-11 receiving updated information from the teams here on the ground, and the core here in Hawthorne communicating the step-by-step procedures needed to detank the vehicle in Falcon 9, and then again they'll go into those procedures of bringing the crew access arm, disarming the launch escape system, the ground support teams that helped Crew-11 into the vehicle. They'll become on site and then help them out of the vehicle as well, and then we'll stay with
SpaceX Dragon disarming launch escape system.
And they'll help with them
we're with you.
all the way down to their eventual return to crew quarters. So again, there you heard that the disarm of the launch escape system is underway, and that was the voice of Commander Zena Cardman copying those commands from the core and communications teams in SpaceX here in Hawthorne. So that's where we're at the moment, but still a couple more steps to go, and they've given continuous updates on the process of how long it would take to detank the Falcon 9 of both the RP-1, that rocket-grade kerosene, as well as the liquid oxygen tanks necessary to then,
Dragon
again...
SpaceX launch escape system is disarmed. You go to open visors and then proceed to section 3.
Dragon copies. Go to open visors and proceed section 3.
Crew arm engage sequence has started.
And again, great communications there as you're looking inside the crew access arm as it's beginning to swing back towards the Dragon spacecraft, and you saw just moments before that Crew-11 being issued the okay to open up their visors and begin their process, continue their process of what will be egressing or exiting the vehicle here in just a little while. But again, that crew access arm slowly but surely making its way, be buttressed up against the side of the Dragon spacecraft as we continue on our...
SpaceX Dragon, ready for seat rotation.
Copy, crew are ready for seat rotation. We will initiate that now.
So again, great communication happening between the team in SpaceX and Crew-11 on board the Dragon Endeavour spacecraft, as today's launch attempt has been scrubbed due to the cumulus cloud rule, and another launch attempt will be coming tomorrow. And that launch attempt will be at 11:43 a.m. Eastern time. And of course, with Daryl, Nick, team out in Kennedy, the team here at SpaceX, and at NASA's Johnson Space Center and the International Space Station Flight Control Room, we'll bring you right back and get you prepared for another launch attempt for Crew-11. And again, that'll be tomorrow, August 1st, as we turn over to a new month at 11:43 a.m. Eastern time. And that's where they will hopefully begin their journey then, en route to the International Space Station and sync up with their Crew-10 colleagues, as well as those of Soyuz MS-27. And that crew of 7 on board the International Space Station will become...
Dragon SpaceX, seats are in the upright position. We will be working through steps with the closeout team to return to the pad tower and open up the side hatch. I'll keep you abreast of their progress.
Dragon copies.
And a great look inside that crew access arm as it has now made its way right up against the side of the Dragon spacecraft, and Crew-11 sitting comfortably with their visors open, just recently given that command. The seat rotations have been issued, and they are now stretching their legs. You can see Mike Fink flexing the ankles a little bit and preparing to egress the capsule and Dragon Endeavour here in just a few moments. But to go back to what we were saying, they were heading up to the International Space Station, where currently a crew of 7 will look to welcome in this cadre of 4, including the commander of Expedition 73, Takuya Onishi of JAXA, his best friend, Kimiya Yui, as a member of Crew-11. So it'll be the first time in several years that 2 JAXA astronauts have been on board the International Space Station together. And what better way to do that than with your best friend that gets to come up and pay a visit with you. But NASA's Anne McClain and Nicole Ayers, along with Johnny Kim, also on board, along with Roscosmos cosmonauts Kirill Peskov, Sergei Ryzhikov, and Alexei Zubritsky, will anxiously await their arrival once they can go for that second launch attempt, which again will be tomorrow, August 1st at 11:43 a.m. Eastern time, as today's attempt was scrubbed due to weather. So we're going to continue to follow along with the detanking procedures that should be wrapping up here pretty soon. As you saw, the crew access arm has swung back into place. The ground support team will make its way up towards the spacecraft to help the crew egress, as they say, the capsule as well, and then we'll stay with live coverage all the way up to the crew's return to crew quarters, where they will remain in quarantine. And that's what Daryl Nail and Nick Hague have been discussing of those procedures and how things will shape up and ready to turn the page for another attempt to tomorrow. So as we continue to follow along and keep updates with the egress of NASA's SpaceX Crew-11 and the next crew rotational mission to the International Space Station, I'd like to join and bring in my colleague here in Hawthorne for another update in Ronnie on all things with the spacecraft Falcon 9 and the egress procedures that are currently ongoing.
Thanks so much, Joseph. So we're obviously following very closely as we move through these detanking and then these upcoming egress procedures. For those of you who have been following along with this mission since we picked up our launch coverage today, you can really tell that we are doing everything that we did in the lead up to liftoff now just in reverse. So a couple of minutes ago, we heard the call out that the launch escape system has been disarmed. To give you a little bit more color there, the launch escape system consists of 8 Super Draco thrusters, in addition to a lot of avionics and control systems that support them. And those engines provide fault-tolerant propulsion for Dragon's launch escape system. In the extremely unlikely event of an emergency, those Super Draco engines can actually power Dragon off the top of Falcon 9 and away from the launch vehicle in less than 8 seconds. To be able to do that, obviously those engines are extremely powerful. So we only want that system armed and capable of doing that emergency exit procedure when it's absolutely necessary. Our flight rules dictate that that is necessary anytime we have propulsion and astronauts on board the vehicle. So right now, knowing that we're clearing the completion of that detanking process, it was safe to go ahead and disarm that launch escape system. Now, of course, on your screen, you've got this view of the crew access arm, which is the primary way that our astronauts walk out from the white room, to the white room and then enter the Dragon spacecraft. But it's important to note that all these systems we have working together, the Super Dracos that are part of the LES.
The crew arm engage sequence is complete. Crew arm is fully engaged and pinned.
Confirmation there that we've got the crew arm fully engaged and ready for our astronauts to begin that egress process. Obviously, that's going to start by having our ground support team come back up and help with that hatch opening procedure. And I'm getting confirmation here that offload has been completed, which again is what we expected when we heard that we were okay to disarm that launch escape system. It's really worth noting, though, that Dragon is a tremendously capable spacecraft. It is not just a capsule housing these astronauts. We have maneuverability available to them through the 16 Draco thrusters that we used to orient the spacecraft during the mission. We obviously use those, rely on them really heavily as we do all of the maneuvers in our approach to the International Space Station. And then those Super Draco thrusters that are part of the launch escape system, as well as all of the avionics, the controls, everything that our astronauts are using to monitor the vehicle progress, both now in more off-nominal situations like this, where we've had a scrub due to weather, but also throughout their flight to the International Space Station. As we were talking about earlier, our crew today was scheduled for about a 38-hour trip to the International Space Station. All of the information that they're getting from our mission control team is displayed inside of Dragon for them. Still seeing little bits of rain. One of the things that we talked a little bit about earlier, but is still really interesting, anytime you are leaving Earth, we're monitoring weather not just at the launch site. It's really all the way along the ascent corridor. Obviously, Falcon lifts off and then does a gravity turn so that we can get up to space going 17,500 miles an hour horizontally. We're not just going up. So we're moving through a huge portion of the atmosphere on our trip to space. And the weather for that entire ascent needs to be clear. And again, if we were going to leverage that launch escape system in flight for any reason, you'd hear on a typical ascent, our crew will call out certain abort modes where the the spacecraft may have to eject to. In the instance that anything were to go wrong, that weather also needs to be good. We need to be able to get to the crew, make sure that they're healthy. And then, of course, anytime we have crew entering or exiting the vehicle, we're working those carefully rehearsed and fine-tuned procedures like we're seeing them step through now. The view you have on your screen right now is Historic Launch Complex 39A. SpaceX has made some modifications to the crew access tower that you see over there. If you followed along with any of our social media channels or on previous webcasts, you know that when our astronauts are ready to board Dragon, they actually go to an elevator inside that tower and hit the space button before going up to that crew access arm, which is currently bridging between the tower and just behind Dragon on your screen. Right now, our ground support teams are preparing to ascend the tower and go over. And like I mentioned earlier, we're going to help with that hatch opening and then help our crew egress the spacecraft. From there, they'll be going back into quarantine. It's important that astronauts maintain that quarantine environment, often away from friends and family in the lead up to launch, so that they're 100% healthy when we get them up to the International Space Station. So to maintain their well-being ahead of our next launch attempt, which is currently scheduled for tomorrow at 11:43 a.m. Eastern, they're going to go back into that quarantine environment. Getting some nice views of Crew-11 in their seats there. Earlier on, we also heard discussion that we were rotating our seats back into the vertical position. We rotate our astronauts to lay on their back ahead of liftoff because it is more comfortable when you are experiencing the high G-force loading of ascent to have that pressure go through your chest. So anytime you see a photo of an astronaut in Dragon or any historical spacecraft, you know you see them in that reclined position. The seats on Dragon are another really nuanced and sophisticated part of the spacecraft. They have the ability to do that rotation and then move themselves back into the horizontal position in the event of an egress like this. But we also heard discussion earlier that we can remove those footrests to give the crew some additional room inside the spacecraft for their trip to the International Space Station. Seeing some smiles from the crew there. And of course, we're following along very closely here, not just with our coverage, but of course the entire mission control ground support team. Everyone's keeping a careful eye on all of these procedures because anytime we have astronauts on board the spacecraft, we want to make sure that we are doing everything we can to keep them safe. Again, all of this is rehearsed during dry dress. And you can see our astronauts are pretty comfortable with it, right? They seem like they're having a pretty good time, waiting to exit Dragon, go back, get a little bit of rest, and then try again.
And to that point too, Ronnie, it's great to see them with those smiles too. This has been a crew that we heard in earlier portions of the broadcast today that they've all been coming from different missions and different assignments, and to have that flexibility and to be a team player is a crucial component of the...
И мы продолжаем смотреть отмену запуска пилотируемого космического корабля Crew-11 миссии Crew-11 на Международную космическую станцию на ракете Falcon 9. Напомню то, что Сейчас, подождите. Напомним то, что SpaceX и NASA планировали запустить 11-ю пилотируемую космическую миссию Dragon Crew-11 к Международной космической станции 31 июля с помощью ракеты Falcon 9 со стартовой площадки FC-39А в космическом центре Кеннеди НАСА во Флориде в 16:09 по UTC. Но в итоге, что мы имеем в итоге? В итоге скраб, то есть перенос минимум на сутки из-за нарушения правил погоды. Отмена запуска Falcon 9 с Dragon сегодня из-за облачности на площадке команды теперь оценены на пятницу 1 августа для запуска Crew-11 и Crew-11 к космической станции. Сегодняшний запуск Crew-11 к МКС отменили за 1 минуту до старта из-за погоды. Следующая попытка через 24 часа, хотя изначально прогноз погоды был на 90% благоприятным, что на самом деле это очень странно. И, кстати, рукав башни обслуживания уже соединили с кораблем Crew-11, но люк все еще не открыт. Ожидаем открытия люка и возвращения экипажа с ракеты обратно. Потому что не сидеть им же там целые сутки. Поэтому продолжаем смотреть.
In a moment like this, when I look at the crew biding their time, waiting patiently for the moment to egress out of this capsule and get back to the astronaut crew quarters, I see Mike Fink talking a lot. In a moment like that, it's pretty good to have somebody who's, you know, a jovial, talkable fellow like Mike Fink who likes to crack jokes and.
Yeah. Now, you know, humor is a great tool, and being able to find the humor in just about any situation is a true talent and a benefit to the team. So, you know, they're sitting here. You saw the gantry arm is back up to the capsule. Pad teams getting access. They're going to pop open the side hatch here and get them out of the capsule. So now's the time they can relax a little bit. They're in a safe state, and there's definitely, they've turned the corner and they're looking for, okay, what's our next opportunity?
Next to Mike Fink is Zena Cardman, the commander of this mission. Is it the commander's responsibility to kind of regroup the team emotionally? I mean, these are professional astronauts and a cosmonaut, so I know they know how to, gather themselves and gear up for another attempt. But it's also an opportunity to lead.
Yeah, absolutely. The every person on the crew is responsible for themselves and also feels a sense of responsibility for the team. The commander's the one that ultimately is accountable for the well-being of that crew, the well-being of that spacecraft, and making real-time calls. And so the commander's job is to read the room and understand what the team needs in that moment. And maybe you need to recage, maybe it's crack a joke, maybe you've got to read the room. It gets back to those soft skills I was talking about before.
We are awaiting the completion of detanking of the Falcon 9 rocket. A moment that, when it arrives, will allow for the astronauts to egress from the Dragon, make their way across the platform and down to their waiting Teslas, where they will be driven back a 20-minute drive across the spaceport under security escort back to astronaut crew quarters. And we hear the call that detanking is complete. Again, detanking is complete. That paves the way for the closeout crew. So a little hand battle there between the commander and pilot. Paves the way for the closeout crew to come up and ascend the tower, make their way into the blast danger area, and help the astronauts make their way out of the spacecraft. And there you see at the base, here comes the closeout crew. Have the first member of the closeout crew making their way across the access tower. And this is actually the final steps up to the 275-foot level, where they go into the crew access arm. At this point, Nick, you can say that the rocket has been safed.
Yes. You've detanked the rocket, the launch escape system is off. As soon as those two things were complete, then they were able to rotate the seats and pop visors and essentially sit there and wait for the pad crew to show up. We saw pad crew walking down the arm. They'll put some safety restraints in place to secure the gap between the arm and the capsule and pop open that side hatch.
Dragon SpaceX, the team has reached the White Room. We're now beginning preparations for configuring the White Room and side hatch opening.
Dragon copies.
And sounds like the hatch. Oh no, selfie. It's selfie time. Kimmy has got his tablet out and he's taking a selfie. I'm not sure where that picture will go in the grand scheme of pictures that they'll be taking, especially with a launch day, a real launch day where everything works out.
Yeah, but on a real launch day,
you don't have time for something like this, right?
Yeah, and you wouldn't risk taking the tablet out and potentially dropping it, and then having the launch, the pad crew having to come back in and dig that out. So this is a unique opportunity to get some photos you might not otherwise get. Not the easiest thing to work with a tablet like that when you're wearing big gloves.
Right. Yes, those gloves. Yes. So now they're doing it again. Yeah, those gloves are touch sensitive.
Yes.
You can use them on the tablets and they work, but they do look pretty bulky.
Yeah, and your fingers, there's some layers associated with it, so you're not as dexterous as you would be otherwise. And you get used to it, though, because you spend a lot of time in training sitting in the suit, working in the capsule, weeks at a time in Hawthorne out in Los Angeles.
As the closeout crew brings their equipment necessary to unseal the side hatch, open it up, and get the crew out. The astronauts have plenty of time for conversation, talk about the next launch attempt, take selfies. So you launched 3 times, and you never had a weather scrub?
Never had a weather scrub.
That is fortunate.
Yes, indeed. We had a delay. We didn't actually scrub. We had a delay because of a hurricane coming through.
Oh, right. But we saw that
days
well
in advance. So
yeah,
never got to the point where we did that. Although, and the point was brought up earlier, every crew practices a scrub when they do dry dress.
Right.
And so you get to go through the procedures, minus all of the waiting for the prop load to go on and the prop load to come off.
There have been astronauts who have scrubbed due to weather 5 times.
Yeah.
Famously, our former NASA administrator Bill Nelson tells that story all the time about 5 scrubs to get to launch. I thought, oh man.
It's space is hard. It's there's a lot of factors that going into everybody feeling comfortable that it's safe to launch.
Is there any way to put in a food order back at astronaut crew quarters?
Food will be waiting because you got to remember they suited up almost 6 hours ago, so
hungry.
it's been a while since they've had a meal.
Right.
There'll be food waiting. And the staff at crew quarters does an amazing job of making sure that you've got the right food, it's nutritious food. They do an amazing job that extends not just from crew quarters, but also gets into the food system on board the International Space Station. And it's just, again, every time we talk about something, there's another facet of, hey, there's this team, and they are experts in their field at doing what they're doing, and what they do is so critical. And the food lab is another example of that.
I hear great things about the chef over there and his ability to make these meals that are requested, by people from other countries, right? The international astronauts asking for cuisine from their homeland, and I hear they do a pretty good job.
Yeah, absolutely.
You see the closeout crew on the left. They are securing the white room to the capsule, and then they'll begin unbolting the fasteners that hold that side hatch in.
Yeah, you want to mind the gap. It's a little bit of a drop.
Yeah, that's again 275 feet straight down. And so this crew, of course, is planning on a 3+2 handover. Now, does that calculus change?
Well, you saw the handover is going to be influenced by weather as well, because you have to have good weather to land. So even if we can launch them, Crew 10's got to have good weather to land. And so you'll see that calculus change. The importance of the handover activities and being able to have one crew, essentially show the ropes a little bit to the other crew before they leave is still critical. But that is also tempered with well, we have a window of good weather here, or we have a window of bad weather there, and trying to find that spot, that sweet spot to bring everybody home.
Lots of moving parts with regards to the planning in that regard.
Yeah, Mother Nature gets a vote.
Every time. So they must maintain quarantine along with the support team. How does that factor into whether or not they get to see or talk to a family in close proximity?
Yeah, so the family will maintain quarantine. The immediate family will maintain quarantine.
They didn't break it after
up and
they drove
through
off?
the launch, so that if something like this happens, you can still be able to, go to the beach house and have dinner with the family if you've got enough time to do that kind of thing.
Okay.
But yeah, quarantine it's serious business, because we're trying to make sure that we keep the crew safe on orbit, and we know that we don't want to take sickness up there. So again, there's another team that monitors all of that and make sure that we're able to maintain it.
For pilot Mike Fink, it's been 14 years since he last flew to space, doing so aboard STS-134 in 2011. The second to last flight, the penultimate flight of the Space Shuttle program. And he said that he's looking forward to getting back after all these years to the International Space Station. It will have to wait another day. That's going to be really interesting for him, because he was telling us that he saw Space Station here on the ground, here on Earth, the segments of this incredible orbiting laboratory, which is the size of a football field in space. He saw all those parts and modules on the ground, helped assemble it, but did not see them, I think, living in it continuously at that point, right?
No, we would have been continuous at that point, but the configuration has changed a lot since his last visit.
I see.
And we've added new modules. For example, the beam module has been added recently, or the NanoRacks airlock is another feature that's been added recently. The
modern modules that have been put in.
Yes, modern facilities that have been experiments that they've been testing out, or commercial partners have been putting on board. The international commercial crew coming and going has dramatically changed the layout and just the way we live in the station from a Node 2 perspective, and so it'll be different than what he was familiar with the last time he was there. So as familiar as he is with it, the flow of life will be different on board. It was something that was interesting being on board with Don Pettit and Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams. From a U.S. crew perspective, we all knew the station from previous flights, but we all knew it in different configurations and had different expectations. So it was interesting to see all of us adapt to the new way to live on the station. It's alive.
Yeah. So we got a question that has come in from Joseph Zashevsky, our commentator in Hawthorne.
Okay.
He has a question. He wants to know, do you mix up the procedures tomorrow? So, for example, instead of Eggs Benedict, do you eat oatmeal? Do you put your left shoe versus your right shoe? He's just curious.
Yeah, that's a personal question. How superstitious are you?
Right.
Do you need to change up something just to turn the tide of fate your direction?
Or do you not want to change something because you're concerned it might throw your own personal, preparation off?
and for me personally, it was I keep a routine consistent. So even during quarantine and the weeks leading up, it's not like I'm trying to have every meal I'm going to miss crammed into 2 weeks, the meals I'm going to miss over 6 months. It's having some level of consistency. What do I normally have for breakfast? What do I I don't want my body to go through that kind of shock.
Right, because you can order anything, but it's probably safer to go with some food that you're used to having.
You order anything, and everything carries some consequence.
Thank you for your question, Joseph. And thank you for the job that you and Samya did today, and Ronnie as well.
Yeah, it was outstanding.
Joseph and Samya, I believe, are new to our crew launch broadcast. So we have a question coming in from the cameraman who's asking about the devices that are strapped to the knees of each of the astronauts.
So it's called a satchel. In the aviation world, you'd have a knee board so that you could pilot an aircraft, and then also have a place to draw, write down, take notes. This is a little beefed up version, so it has the knee pad feature where there's paper that you can take notes and write things down so you don't forget them. But then underneath it, there's that satchel that contains a headlamp. It's got a charging cord for the tablet. It's got a Valsalva device so that you can clear your nose, earplugs if you need them, headphones if you need them. So it has the personal equipment that you might need while you're launching or just operating inside of Dragon, both uphill and downhill.
Thank you for your question. If you're just joining us, we are walking our astronauts through the scrub procedures for an attempt at launch at 12:09 p.m. Eastern today. We scrubbed out at T-minus 1 minute and 7 seconds due to weather. A violation of a weather constraint for cumulus clouds too close to the launch pad. Hey, we got a question in from Say Richie. My 5-year-old Boston, who is numbers obsessed, wants to know how high the rocket will go. How high would the rocket go? So he wants to know about the altitude, which I'm calling back to what you said about the rocket launching straight up initially, but then turning to the horizontal, because at the end of the day, you're going into orbit rather than trying to reach some faraway destination.
Yeah, so the profile that the rocket's going to take, and we see the side hatch opening up, and everybody's celebrating.
Yeah. All right, hooray!
Fresh air.
Yeah.
Dragon SpaceX, with the hatch open, we'll be handing you off to the closeout team for egress. See you soon.
And so the rocket's going to initially go straight up to get some clearance from the ground, and then it turns horizontal, and at about the 200-kilometer mark, it's turned horizontal, and all of its thrust is trying to accelerate it downrange. It's trying to cover ground on the Earth, and it essentially is coasting and slowly falling back down to the Earth until it's reached that 17,500 miles per hour, at which its arc of its fall matches the curvature of the Earth. But it's only a few hundred kilometers up. And then as we spend the next 40 hours, or what they would have spent 40 hours rendezvousing with the space station, they would have raised that 200 kilometers up to the 400 kilometers or 250 miles that the station lives at. So it's not that far up. It's the distance between major cities in the U.S. It's drivable if you could drive there.
Cape Canaveral to Miami.
There you go. It's not that far. And what's even more impressive is if you've flown on a plane and you look out the window of a plane, you can see a really long way, but you're looking the entire distance through the atmosphere. The space station, when you look down, you're looking a really long way, but it's only the last few miles that you're looking through the atmosphere. And so the Earth, the surface of the Earth is really clear. And so it doesn't feel like it's that far away. If you fly over New York City, you can see Central Park in the middle of Manhattan with just your naked eye. You can see major bridges. You know, if you fly over San Francisco, you can see you can see the Golden Gate Bridge. These things stick out pretty prominently. It's just surprising how clear everything is.
Right. Slicing the atmosphere through its thinnest point right over top of it versus looking out across it, out your window, as you mentioned, with all that atmosphere inhibiting your view.
Yeah, it distorts everything.
Yeah. Which is also why you get a sunburn between 11 and 2 o'clock and not at 7 in the morning or 7 at night, right?
Yes,
Because the
indeed.
sun has to travel through all that atmosphere.
Wear your sunscreen.
That's right. Well, this public service announcement brought to you by NASA.
Most, but not all, of the station windows have a special coating to minimize UV exposure.
But not all.
Well, some of them we don't want that because we want to do scientific experiment. We want to collect scientific data through them, and so those you have to be careful. Those, if you're in them for a handful of minutes without any protection, you can get burned.
How about that? Also, do you put special cameras in those windows as well, or do you just shoot through the regular UV protected ones?
You can. We just use the regular cameras through. There may be other, more scientifically focused cameras, but I can take our standard camera and shoot out the ones without the UV filters as well.
Right.
The U.S. lab window wharf is not UV protected.
That makes sense. It's interesting.
Fortunately, the window that looks down doesn't necessarily take a lot of direct sunlight,
right?
Unless the station's in a weird orientation.
And what about reflected light off the ocean?
It's still bright.
Yeah.
And even with the UV coatings in the cupola, when the sun pops up, you can feel the heat of the sun on your face.
I bet.
Yeah, sun's pretty powerful.
Yeah, with no atmosphere to protect you at all. I mean, you're not that much farther away from the sun or closer to the sun than Earth is.
But you feel it.
Yeah.
I see Oleg getting out.
All right, we got one out. 3 to go. And they just go reverse order. The operation will look very similar tomorrow, as you mentioned, the Groundhog Day effect. But there are some things that they're not going to do, right? They're not going to sign the side of the White Room.
Yeah,
right?
It's your signature's there already.
It's already there. What else would you not do? I've stumped the astronaut, I think. Could be a trivia question.
Yeah. Other than sign, most of the things that you would do, are all scripted out. Yeah. Even the goodbyes, you're still going to take the opportunity to say goodbye.
Right.
Even though you said it the day before.
And here come our astronauts down the crew access arm. Looks like they're putting on rain jackets.
Ponchos. That's a new one for me. I did not get trained in the SpaceX rain poncho.
Well, now these are spacesuits that don't like water.
Indeed. They're not necessarily designed for that.
And they also carry umbrellas with them. The closeout crew does, so that extra layer of protection. But this is a first for me. I've not seen this before. If there is a shot that really exemplifies what we went through today, it's this one. Astronauts putting on rain ponchos with spacesuits on.
So they come out of the gantry. They have to walk down a flight of stairs over to the elevator. And so we talked about the button in there that says space. There's also a button in there that says Earth.
Yes, that's right. Come back to Earth, everyone. There'll be another chance tomorrow. Rain on the lens tells the story. Now we have these passing rain clouds going over the pad. Of course, this was the reason for the scrub. At 12:08 p.m. Eastern Time today, we scrubbed the launch attempt of NASA and SpaceX's Crew-11 launch to the International Space Station. Now looking ahead to the next opportunity, tomorrow at 11:43 a.m. Eastern Time. Our coverage on NASA Plus and our streaming channels starts at 7:35 a.m. Eastern Time. And so next up, we are watching as the astronauts go down the tower, making their way to their Teslas, which are parked at the base of the launch pad where they left them earlier today, about 3 hours ago. And they'll get back in their ride and head back to astronaut crew quarters, the safe and comfortable confines of the operations and checkout building. We talked about the next opportunity for a launch tomorrow. One thing that will be considered, teams from SpaceX and NASA and the Commercial Crew Program will take a close look at that weather in the ascent corridor to see if it is worth taking a shot. Yes, they have the opportunity to go to the space station, but they will want to see if that situation is going to work out, if the weather's not too difficult to extract the crew from the Dragon should they have an emergency abort, come off the top of the rocket and splash down in the Atlantic Ocean. Fortunate for us, astronaut Nick Hague has changed his departure flight, so he's going to stay with us another day.
I'll be here.
We greatly appreciate it. You talk about the support of the crew in throughout the operations, both getting ready for launch and, of course, in this capacity for a scrub procedure. But there are thousands of people who came to see this launch today in person. There are hundreds of media, 222 credentialed media who are with us right here on site, who are here to document and report out the results of today's launch. And they all have to change their plans as well. Yeah. Hotels, stays, to reset for another attempt.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd think with that much of a ripple effect, that much momentum and inertia to let's make this happen, that there'd be this go fever. And it just shows you how disciplined the process is to be able to say, nope, today's not the day. We're not comfortable with the way things are. We'll try again tomorrow. And, you know, it does put a huge ripple and a lot of change on everybody. And it stresses the team, but it's the right thing to do.
Absolutely. And the rainy ride back to astronaut crew quarters requires us to wipe the windshield if we're going to see out the front window. Did you bring an umbrella? Because we're in a studio where, you know, it's not a straight shot back to the press site.
I've got 10 feet to get to my car once that door's open, so I should be okay.
You're going to be all right?
I won't melt.
No, you don't have a black rain poncho on you?
No,
Stuff in your
I'm
pocket.
not critical spaceflight hardware.
Well, you are critical to our launch broadcast, I will tell you that, my friend.
It's been fun. It'll be fun to do it again.
Absolutely. We'll need you to bring all new material tomorrow.
My son would tell you it's just the same stories over and over. That looks like some serious rain out there.
Yeah, that's hitting the windshield a little harder than it was when you and I were outside watching the launch and just saw the rain off into the distance.
Yeah.
Seems like we've got the storms really built up. And this is the formula that we have. This is consistent July. Meteorologically speaking, in July, we hit the high point for thunderstorm activity and buildup. But it's not till August where we actually get the high for rain. That's according to Launch Weather Officer Melody Levin, who's over there at the 45th Space Wing.
Yeah.
So August is our high for rainfall events, and it really dumps rain. Not necessarily thunderstorms, because that's not the same. We get highs for thunderstorms in July. We get high rain totals in August. So August is, of course, the month that Floridians turn off the sprinklers and, you know, have to be concerned now about standing water. You saw the helicopter. Helicopter's still there with the team, with them on the security ride back to astronaut crew quarters. You know, they're not just there for TV purposes. They are there to keep an eye on everything and make sure that we don't have anybody who is somewhere they shouldn't be with regards to this crew.
Yep, critical support, security.
They just let us strap a broadcast camera on top of or underneath the helicopter, and it's very helpful, though. We want to thank them for that.
It gets amazing views.
They really do. And they're out there flying in the rain, so we appreciate their efforts today. They did a great job with those shots around the pad. Another key aspect, you know, for those of you who are still with us, as few as you are, NASA is required to provide a level of transparency. And so when the astronauts are in motion, whether it's a scrub or it's a path to the pad, we are required to let the American public and taxpayers know how we did it that day. We didn't go today, and so this is what we did instead. We detanked the rocket and we moved the crew from the rocket back to their crew quarters.
You know it's coming down when you can't see the VAB.
Yeah, you see the shadow of it, just the outline of it right there, right? Yeah, you know you're in a good downpour. So again, for those of you who are still watching, want to emphasize we have an opportunity tomorrow, but like I was saying earlier, the teams at SpaceX and NASA are going to evaluate the weather downrange, and they're going to look at the entire picture to see if a launch attempt makes sense for tomorrow. But there is an opportunity tomorrow, should they need it. 11:43 a.m. Eastern Time. Broadcast start time 7:35 a.m. Eastern Time. We have opportunities as well on Saturday, August 2nd and Sunday, August 3rd. When you get to August 4th, as we understand it from the launch planners, that is a day where we have to stand down because of the phasing that would be required. It's longer than the minimum 40 hours to get to the International Space Station. So August 4th is not on the table as a launch opportunity. But then the 5th, 6th, and 7th are.
Yeah. You know, and that really just helps protect for the back end of the mission when you have to undock, because you could have long phasing there. And the Dragon is certified for a certain number of hours to be free flight separate from the International Space Station. And so you don't want to use up its life just getting there.
Making the left-hand turn now from Saturn Causeway onto NASA Causeway. Halfway home to astronaut crew quarters. And I've been on the NASA Causeway when the security detail comes rolling down your way. There's always a little bit of a sinking feeling, because honestly, you never know if they're like, they have a gigantic rocket right behind it and they need you to pull over and sit there and wait for them to go by. Or if it's, in this case, you know, not as often, but you've got an astronaut crew coming by, which is cool nonetheless. But they clear the roads and you have to move over when you see that security car coming.
Yeah. It's fun to drive around KSC and Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, because you just don't know what you're going to see on the road. And,
That's right.
And how often do you get stuck behind a rocket? You know,
it only happens here, right?
Only here.
And places where you launch, but it literally... And I can't help it. I got to roll down the window, and I just have to gaze at this giant rocket booster moving down the road. And it's and many times it's flown to space.
Yeah.
So you're looking at, you know, flown space hardware going right by you on the middle of the road.
Yeah, this is a special place.
Right through the red light, as it should be. You see them with the 3 lanes in the road right there. On the other side, it's 2 lanes. So this side is used in the case of moving hardware. So if the hardware is large enough, such that it won't fit on a 2-lane road, they got the 3-lane road as an option.
That's when you're talking big rockets.
Oh, you're talking real big stuff right there, yeah. And, you know, some of the hardware that is required to work on the rockets, right? That stuff is pretty large as well.
Yeah, it's amazing to, you know, you come out here and to get the glimpses of Artemis 2 and just the size and enormity of, you know, we've got Falcon 9 takes us to the International Space Station, and then you look at what it takes to get to the moon, and it's an order of magnitude more difficult.
Absolutely.
That's going to be an impressive launch to watch.
No doubt. And as you say, and have said many times before, with Crew on it, not only is it an impressive rocket when it launches, talking about the Space Launch System, and Artemis 2 coming up early next year. We saw Artemis 1 back in 2022. But you've got just the enormity of that rocket blasting off, and the thunder and the power that it emits. Just like you say, you got to have a lot of horsepower to get to the moon. Did you get a chance to go over to the VAB and see the SLS?
I haven't been on the... I will.
I'm sure. It's worth the price of admission. In your case, they will lay out the red carpet.
Yeah, they're over there doing some pretty key testing that happened to coincide. So they've got the Artemis 2 crew over there and
That's
doing
right.
some initial checkouts, and so it's exciting times. The mission's right around the corner, and before long, four of my friends are going to strap to the top of that.
И мы продолжаем смотреть отмену запуска пилотируемого космического корабля Crew-11 миссии Crew-11 на Международную космическую станцию на ракете Falcon 9.
So happy for Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, who I got to spend a lot of time with at Niagara
SpaceX и
Falls.
НАСА планировали запустить 11-ю пилотируемую космическую миссию Dragon Crew-11 к Международной космической станции 31 июля с помощью ракеты Falcon 9 со стартовой площадки в Сидере, в Космическом центре Кеннеди во Флориде в 16:09 по UTC. Но в итоге из-за облачности и плохих погодных условий запуск был скрабнут, то есть перенесен примерно на сутки. И теперь запуск у нас планируется на завтра, 1 августа, в... Сейчас скажу во сколько. В 15:43 по UTC. Экипаж у нас уже забрали с космического корабля и сейчас везут обратно в здание, чтобы снять с него скафандры, собственно. Запуск был, кстати, перенесен всего лишь за минуту до запуска, хотя погодные условия говорили то, что на 90% была пригодна до запуска, что очень странно, что в итоге случился перенос. Капец, у них трансляция идет уже больше 6 часов. Если бы запуск состоялся, быстрее закончили бы намного, блин.
Level of mission success. Well, it's the last leg here as we make our way. You can see the operations and checkout building on the left in view. Getting ready to wrap up our coverage here. The astronauts, they're up on the 3rd floor of that building. They have 26,000 square feet of bedrooms, workout facilities, medical checkouts, cafeteria.
Everything. You don't have to leave.
Don't have to go anywhere. And we are back to where we all started this thing, about 6 hours ago, Nick.
Yeah.
This was the starting point. Well, we really appreciate, if you're still with us, joining us for our launch attempt today, the attempted launch of Crew-11 by NASA and SpaceX. We were scheduled to launch at 12:09 p.m. Eastern Time, but scrubbed out our attempt at 12:08, just about 1 minute and 7 seconds before we were set to lift off. We had a weather violation on the range inside the 10-mile radius area, had a cumulus cloud that just swooped on in and fouled the launch, the weather criteria. And so that's the way it goes. In the interest of safety, as we've said for the past hour or two, this is the reason that we have so much safety surrounding the astronauts and so many launch commit criteria. These criteria, when violated, we don't take any chances. We follow through and pull the crew out and reset for another time.
Yeah, absolutely. Safety is paramount. Today's an example of that.
Want to thank all of our guests who were with us today. I want to thank SpaceX, of course, and the team over at Johnson Space Center for joining us on this launch attempt. And thank you, sir, Brigadier General.
My pleasure.
You'll be back tomorrow?
Absolutely.
Happy about that. we hope to see you there. And if we do choose that attempt for tomorrow, we will be on the air at 7:35 a.m. But stay tuned to our NASA social channels. We will update you with the latest information about which launch attempt we end up looking for. We've got a number of them, as I mentioned, going up to August 3rd. We skip the 4th and then have the 5th through the 7th. So stay tuned to our social media channels. We'll bring you the latest information on when that next launch opportunity will happen. Until then, have a great rest of your day. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Ну и все, на этом прямая трансляция отмененного пилотируемого запуска космического корабля Crew-11 с миссией Crew-11 на Международную космическую станцию отменена. Закончена, то есть нам показали практически всю транспортировку экипажа обратно. Вот. Напомню то, что SpaceX и NASA планировали запустить 11-ю пилотируемую космическую миссию Dragon Crew-11 к Международной космической станции 31 июля с помощью ракеты Falcon 9 со стартовой площадки LC-39 в Космическом центре Кеннеди во Флориде в 16:09 по UTC, но из-за поганых погодных условий, в первую очередь из-за облачности, хотя изначально говорили то, что погодные условия благоприятные на 90%, запуск все-таки перенесли. На сутки скрапнули, то есть нас. И теперь запуск планируется на завтра, на 1 августа в 15:43 по UTC. Также сейчас происходит подготовка к прожигу Starship 37 на орбитальной стартовой площадке. Первый прожиг на орбитальной стартовом столе А из-за разрушения испытательной тестовой площадки Месси в июле кораблем Ship-36 при подготовке к прожигу. Он взорвался из-за ошибки, из-за проблем с баллонами высокого давления КПВ. Через примерно 40 минут этот прожиг планируется, поэтому приходите на прямую трансляцию прожига. Ship-37 также по запускам. У нас через менее чем 24 минуты планируется запуск ракеты Falcon 9 с миссией Starting Group 13.4, но его я уже стримить не буду. Стартовое окно там до 19:39 по UTC. Вот опять-таки, что я точно постримлю, это завтра. Вторая попытка запуска ракеты Falcon 9 с пилотируемым космическим кораблем Crew-11, миссией Crew-11 на Международную космическую станцию, которая теперь у нас планируется на 15:43 по UTC. Начну, как и сегодня, примерно за 3,5 часа до запуска. Далее, также на 2 августа в 1:45 по UTC со стартовым окном до 7 утра по UTC запланирован суборбитальный запуск ракеты Электрон с миссией Jake-4. И 3 августа запланирован запуск пилотируемого космического суборбитального корабля New Shepard на ракете New Shepard с миссией NS-34 в стартовое окно с 12:30 по 19:30 по UTC. Вот, а пока всем спасибо за просмотр и всем пока.